Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the continuing saga. I am Tam Dodak, with here, for the record, also present here today are Board Chair Felicia Marcus, Board Member DDD Adamo, and Mr. Oceandesco is there. I believe Ms. Heinrich is down there, and I believe we'll be joined by Ms. Riddle later today. Our usual standard announcements, to keep it short: alarm, stairs, park. Otherwise, flag one of us, we'll direct you into a vestibule. Speaking, use the microphone, turn it on. Otherwise, we won't hear you and you will be ignored. Court reporter, check with her if you want transcript earlier than the conclusion of Part 1B. And always, and most importantly, in order to avoid really irritating the hearing officer, please take a moment right now and put all noise-making devices to silent, vibrate, do not disturb. All right. Yes, you must do that as well, Ms. Court Reporter. All right. So before we resume with Mr. Becerra, let's do some scheduling updates. As I said yesterday, we're going to try to sort of fly by our seat of our pants with respect to scheduling, given the number of parties, given the unpredictability of direct and cross-examination. So I will strive to, at the beginning of the day and probably after our lunch break, to do a quick check-in and alert parties that are coming, that are expected or potentially be called upon in the next few days or so. And like yesterday, I'll give you some time, not a lot of time, but some time to send an email to us if you see a potential scheduling conflict. Be patient. We're not going to get back to you immediately because some of us are in the hearing, but we will get to you as soon as possible. You do not have to repeatedly send in your requests. You don't have to phone us. And you definitely should not be sending email to all the parties complaining about our incompetence if we don't get back to you immediately. Rest assured that we will review the materials and we'll try to make adjustments as we can. So with that, today we will hear from, actually Mr. Becerra will conclude he will conduct his redirect of Mr. Weaver, and then upon conclusion of Group 7, Panel 7, we will move to Group 7, Panel 6. Upon the completion of Group 7, Panel 6, we will move on to the group that's in the second order of direct, and that is the combined 7 and 15 panel. Are those parties here? Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. And assuming we get through that today, we will go to the fourth order, meaning Group 9. Is Group 9 representative here today? Yes, North Delta.
Yes, Meredith Nickel for North Delta Water Agency. They'll be ready today.
Good, thank you.
Preferably after lunch, but we'll see how it goes.
We'll see
They're
how it
on call.
goes. Group 10, the City of Brentwood has requested to be moved to November 3rd, so we will hear from them then. The remainder of Group 10, which I won't name them, but includes one witness, Mr. Gilbert Cosio, we will take up after Group 9, so potentially today, potentially tomorrow. We received yesterday an email request from Sacramento Regional County Sand District. They are Group 13. They requested to be moved to November 3rd, and we will accommodate that request. So that means group number 15, the rest of Group 15, including this is the EB Mud only panel. You should be ready to go tomorrow. I don't think we'll get to you today, but definitely be ready to go tomorrow. Group number 17, the San Joaquin River Exchange Contractors Water Authority. You are very interesting. You're calling DWR witnesses. So please get in touch. I believe Mr. Ocean Dusko is trying to get in touch with you. And Group 17, we might get to you tomorrow. So you need to be prepared for that. And then, best of all cases, if we are really moving rapidly, we might get to the 10th order, which would be Group 19 and 20, Joint Panel Number 1. I think in the best optimistic estimate, that's probably all we might get to tomorrow, by the end of tomorrow. So all those parties that I just mentioned, you have until noon today to send us an email if there's a scheduling problem. Otherwise, we will expect you to be prepared to go tomorrow. That is, if we don't get to you before noon. All right, and then we'll do another check-in later today and as well as tomorrow, but that means that going through the order, next week, all the groups that are listed in order number 11, wow. Well, 11 through 16, at least, should be prepared to go. And we will revisit that. That would be Group 19, 20, 24, 21, 22, 27, meaning just Dr. Paulson, and 30. Again, we will revisit that. And I know that Mr. Brodsky actually has sent in his request, so I'll need to review Mr. Brodsky's request with respect to Group 30. That's the best guesstimate I can do for now. Any questions? All right. With that, Mr. Becerra. Mr. Hitchens.
Good morning, Chair Dodick. I just wanted to thank you for accommodating the request of Sac Regional County Sanitation District. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Mr. Becerra, you have redirect of Mr. Weaver.
Yes.
Please
we do.
begin.
Thank you. Mr. Weaver, you ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And can you please state your name for the record?
Jeffrey Weaver.
And you have taken the oath in this proceeding, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Weaver, after yesterday's hearing session, have you reviewed the water year classifications for 1932 and 1933 as presented in petitioner's California WaterFix modeling?
Yes, I have.
Did you determine that you miscalculated the water year type for water year 1932?
Yes, I did.
And what is the water year type for water year 1932 in petitioner's California WaterFix modeling?
It is indeed a critical year.
Thank you. Could we please refer to Exhibit ARWA 102 and Slide 5, please? And Mr. Weaver, what does this slide depict?
This slide shows the upper figure shows Folsom Reservoir storage for calendar years 1932 and 1933. It shows the project proponents model output and for all 5 alternatives. And then the lower figure shows the American River flow below Nimbus Dam for the same period, using the same colors to represent the same 5 alternatives.
Thank you. With water year 1932 being a critically dry water year, how instructive is plaintiff's modeling of the 1932-1933 cycle in understanding the impacts of the California WaterFix project?
The fact that it's a critical year is not doesn't really necessarily change. It does not change my position. We have a full reservoir at the end of May of 1932, and then an empty reservoir or reservoir minimum pool in the latter parts of water year 1933.
So just to confirm, even though water year 1932 is actually a critically dry water year, Folsom Reservoir nonetheless fills to full capacity in all scenarios in May of 1932, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the fact that the water year is a critically dry year in 1932 makes no difference on whether or not Folsom Reservoir fills to capacity?
It does not appear to make a difference. No.
Okay. Could we please refer to Exhibit DWR 552, please? This was presented as a cross-examination exhibit yesterday. Mr. Weaver, do you recognize Exhibit DWR 552?
Yes, I do.
And what is Exhibit DWR 552?
This is an excerpt from the CDEC where they list out the historical water year indices.
And do you understand that this reflects the CDEC water year index classification for the Sacramento Valley for the years depicted on this exhibit?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Could we please refer to page 2 of Exhibit DWR 552? And could we scroll down to the years 2014 and 2015? Thank you very much. Mr. Weaver, do you see the water year type classifications for the Sacramento Valley Index for 2014 and 2015?
Yes, I do.
And what do you understand those classifications to be?
They are both critical years.
So 2014 and 2015 are critical years.
That's correct.
Thank you. In light of the fact that you've now determined that in petitioner's WaterFix modeling, water years 1932 and 1933 are both critically dry years, does the change to a critically dry year in 1933 cause that cycle to resemble 2014 and 2015 more closely?
It does in that you have two sequential critical years.
Thank you. Could we please refer back to Exhibit ARWA 102, Slide 5? Thank you. Mr. Weaver, yesterday you testified that in petitioner's California WaterFix modeling in June and July 1932, the with action scenarios drew down Folsom Reservoir relative to the no action scenario, correct?
That is correct.
And what was the amount of the relative drawdown in those months in the with action scenarios?
It was approximately 200,000 acre feet.
And what percentage of Folsom Reservoir's storage capacity is this drawdown?
That's roughly 20%.
Does the fact that 1932 actually is a critically dry water year in the petitioner's California WaterFix modeling affect your analysis of how much drawdown there is in the with action scenarios in those months?
No, it does not.
Thank you. Yesterday you testified that the petitioner's California WaterFix modeling demonstrated a persistent drawdown of Folsom Reservoir from July 1932 to February 1933, correct?
That is correct.
Does the fact that water year 1932 is a critically dry year affect your conclusion regarding that persistent drawdown in petitioner's California WaterFix modeling?
No, it does not.
Does the fact that you have determined that 1932 is a critically dry year affect your conclusion that petitioner's California WaterFix modeling shows that Folsom Reservoir is drawn down in the with action scenarios relative to the no action scenarios going into water year 1933?
No, it does not.
Yesterday you testified that in water year 1933, beginning in March of 1933 through August of 1933, that you believed petitioner's California WaterFix modeling did not realistically depict the operations of Folsom Reservoir in those months, correct?
In several of those months, yes, that's correct.
Does the fact that water year 1932 is a critically dry year in petitioner's California WaterFix modeling affect your conclusions regarding the modeled operations between March of 1933 and August of 1933?
No, it does not.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to a subject Mr. Berliner raised yesterday. This also relates to modeled conditions in water year 1933. Do you recall that Mr. Berliner asked you whether hydrologic modelers generally maintain modeling assumptions except for those associated with the proposed project?
Yes.
Do you also recall that Mr. Berliner asked you whether hydrologic models generally do not apply different operational rules in different years?
Yes.
Okay, if we could please refer to slide 7 of Exhibit ARWA 102. Again, what is your opinion about how realistically petitioner's California WaterFix modeling depicts the operation of the American River stream flow off-ramp in 1933?
I believe that the off-ramp in the proposed project or proposed action alternatives overestimates the both how low the minimum requirement would be lowered and the corresponding recovery and storage.
Okay, thank you. Could we please refer to Exhibit ARWA 100 and specifically paragraph 22? And Mr. Weaver, this is a portion of your testimony, correct?
That is correct.
Is the American River stream flow off-ramp the conditions summarized in paragraph 22 of your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Hold on a second, please. Mr. Berliner?
This is beyond the scope of the cross. We did not ask about paragraph 22, nor did we ask about off-ramps.
Close enough, Mr. Berliner. Let's proceed.
Thank you. So just to repeat the question, are the conditions summarized in paragraph 22 of your testimony the American River stream flow off-ramp?
Yes, they are.
And to the best of your knowledge, in petitioner's California WaterFix modeling, can that off-ramp apply in any year?
They can apply in any year in which storage is forecasted to be below 200,000 acre-feet.
To the best of your knowledge, in petitioner's California WaterFix modeling, is that off-ramp a consistent assumption for all years?
Yes, it is.
And you may have just answered this, but what are the conditions that trigger that off-ramp?
If the model forecasts Folsom Reservoir storage to be less than 200,000 acre-feet at any time in the next 12 months.
That off-ramp then is triggered in the modeling only in years when that condition occurs, correct?
That's correct.
But it could be triggered in any year in the modeling, correct?
There are no years explicitly excluded from the off-ramp.
Okay, thank you very much. Could we please refer back to Exhibit ARWA 102 and Slide 7, please? Thank you. Mr. Weaver, as depicted on this slide, when does the American River off-ramp, when is it triggered in petitioner's WaterFix modeling?
It's initially triggered in March of 1933 under the proposed action alternatives, and then it's subsequently triggered in, I believe, June and July of 1933, and I think and August, I believe.
And does the fact that 1932 is a critically dry water year in petitioner's California WaterFix modeling change how that off-ramp applies in the 1933 water year?
No, it does not.
Thank you. Do you recall yesterday Ms. Aykroyd asking you about whether long-term averages in modeling smooth out the results?
Yes, I do.
Is it necessarily the case that an averaging always smooths out results?
That is the nature of averaging.
Thank you. Could we please refer to Slide 14 of ARWA 102? Mr. Weaver, based on your determination that in the petitioner's California WaterFix modeling, 1932 is a critically dry year, is there anything on this slide that you would like to revise?
Yes, the second bullet, rather than indicating that the storage deficit persisted through an end of a below normal year, I would rephrase that to say storage deficit persisted through the end of a critically dry year into the following critically dry year.
So the first bullet beginning excessive releases, you would not change that conclusion, correct?
No.
And the third bullet beginning a large portion of the storage recovery, you would not change anything in that bullet, correct?
That's correct.
And the fourth bullet beginning inappropriately large releases, you would not change anything in that bullet, correct?
That's correct.
And the fifth bullet beginning after being drawn down to the minimum allowable storage in 1933, you would not change anything about that bullet, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Could we please refer back to your testimony, Exhibit ARWA 100, please? And in particular, paragraph 33. Mr. Weaver, in this paragraph 33, based on your determination that in petitioner's California WaterFix modeling, the water year 1932 is a critically dry year, is there anything in paragraph 33 you would like to revise?
Yes, I would revise in the third line, starting from the middle, rather than saying a below normal year followed by a critically dry year. I would rephrase that to say a critically dry year followed by another critically dry year.
But you would retain the language that that cycle remains particularly instructive, correct?
That's correct.
Hold on, Mr. Becerra. Mr. Berliner?
Just want to understand, is the witness now changing his opinion?
Mr. Becerra?
No, he's not changing his conclusions.
He is
That-
correcting the water year classification in his analysis.
Correct.
I understand that, but in the context of the sentence, the witness indicates he identified a particular cycle of years, which was a below normal year and a critically dry year, as being particularly instructive. So it's very unclear to me, the witness did not pick 1932 and 1933 as a critical and a critical. He picked it as a below normal and a critical. Apparently there must have been a reason for that. And he indicated that that sequence was particularly instructive. It seems to me if he's now saying, I picked a critical year followed by a critical year, that's an entirely different year type, which he's now contending is particularly instructive, which seems like a very different sequence of years. I appreciate the earlier testimony that he offered regarding his graphs and his opinions regarding drawdown, but this seems to be very contrary to what he testified to yesterday and seems to me to be a different opinion.
Mr. Becerra?
I believe we clarified that already. Mr. Weaver testified that the particularly instructive thing about this cycle is that Folsom Reservoir fills in the spring of 1932 and then is drawn down by the with project scenarios in the remainder of 1932 and 1933.
Mr. Weaver? Were there any factors associated with your selection of years 32 and 33 as being particularly instructive that would not apply now that 32 has been designated as a critical?
The elements that led me to believe that this was a particularly instructive sequence of years was that this is the only sequence of years that has a full reservoir in 1 year followed by a drawn to minimum reservoir pool in the second year. So the fact that it was a below normal year followed by a critically dry year was I wouldn't characterize it as coincidental, but it was a part of the analysis. But the fact that the reservoir was full, there was a clear distinction between the proposed action alternative operations and the no action alternative, and the reservoirs were drawn to minimum pool in the next year. Those were all the elements that led to this being particularly instructive.
Mr. Berliner, anything to add?
You'll recall that yesterday I asked Mr. Weaver as to whether he looked at other sequenced years during the 82-year cycle. And he indicated that he did, but that because this was a below normal followed by a critically dry, this was, to use his words, particularly instructive. He didn't say that he looked through all of the year types to find a full reservoir followed by a drawn down reservoir in a critically dry year. That's an entirely different discussion. The discussion was based on hydrologic conditions of a below normal year and a critically dry year. So it seems to me that the responses to his questions yesterday were quite different than the proposal that he's making now to change the language in paragraph 33.
Mr. Becerra?
First of all, I believe Mr. Weaver just explained the particularly important fact. In particular, I assume this board is interested in how the reservoirs would actually be drawn down with the California WaterFix project rather than water year classifications. Mr. Weaver explained the importance of the fact that Folsom Reservoir fills in 1933, whatever the water year classification. And moreover, Mr. Berliner obviously is free to conduct whatever recross he'd like to conduct.
All right, thank you. Mr. Berliner, I will take your objection under consideration, but will allow Mr. Becerra to proceed and conclude his redirect for now.
Thank you.
Mr. Weaver, referring to paragraph 34 in your testimony. This paragraph states your conclusions of your analysis, correct?
That is correct.
Now that we've determined that water year 1932 is a critically dry year in petitioner's California WaterFix modeling, do you want to revise any of the conclusions in paragraph 34?
No, I do not.
Thank you very much. That concludes our redirect.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra. Mr. Berliner, do you have recross? Okay. Just to check in, Ms. Morris, recross? Ms. Aykroyd, recross? No? Mr. Herrick, recross? No. All right. So then Mr. Berliner, followed by Ms. Morris.
Morning, Mr. Weaver, Mr. Becerra. Tom Berliner on behalf of the Department of Water Resources. Mr. Weaver, do you understand that as an expert testifying here today, you do not have an attorney-client relationship with Mr. Becerra?
I am not clear on. No, I'm not clear on that distinction.
As a matter of law, when an expert testifies in a proceeding as an independent expert, they do not have an attorney-client relationship with the attorney who represents the party that's offering the testimony. You're here as an independent expert to give your opinions regarding whatever matters are in front of you. Do you understand that?
We'll stipulate to that.
So stipulated.
Thank you. Mr. Weaver, after we left last night, did you have conversations with Mr. Becerra or any other attorney regarding your testimony yesterday?
Yes, I did.
And what was the nature of those conversations?
I was instructed to uncover, to look to see what I had done previously and see if indeed the error that was pointed out was in fact correct.
And what did you do?
I pulled up my old analysis took a look at it and confirmed that it was in fact had an error in it.
And did you check the 82-year cycle to determine whether or not there was another full year at Folsom followed by a drawn-down year, regardless of year types?
Yes,
And did you look at the entire 82-year cycle?
I did.
So in no instance in the 82-year cycle did you find a full reservoir followed in a subsequent year by a significant drawdown?
I did not.
Do you have an understanding as to why the California WaterFix would have drawn down Folsom Reservoir in 1933?
Objection that misstates the testimony. The drawdown occurs in 1932 and persists into 1933.
I'll stand corrected on that.
Could you please repeat the question?
Yes. Do you have any understanding as to why the reservoir would have been drawn down starting in 1932 and continuing into 1933?
I have not dug into issues outside of the American River to what might have led to that drawdown.
Based on your modeling, are you aware of any obligation on the part of reclamation to keep a certain reservoir level in Folsom Lake?
Objection that misstates the testimony. Mr. Weaver has not conducted original modeling for this testimony. He has merely reviewed California WaterFix modeling presented or made available by the petitioners.
I was not asking in the context of new modeling. I'm just asking as a matter of fact in the CalSim model.
Please answer.
There are certain elements, such as the off-ramp, that are intended to restrict operations to maintain storage in the reservoir, but there are no explicit storage requirements.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Berliner. Ms. Morris? What surprise do you have for us today?
Stephanie Morris, State Water Contractors. Good morning, Mr. Weaver.
Good morning.
I have just a few follow-up questions. I would note that I would join Mr. Berliner's objection to the amending of the testimony as surprise new opinions. Mr. Weaver, did the CVP exports increase during the June 1932 to February 1933 period under the CWF scenarios compared to the no action alternative?
I did not look into that, no.
Would it surprise you that the CWF CVP exports are lower in these months compared to the no action alternative?
I don't know the export operations well enough to be surprised or not.
Okay. Don't you think the water year type could influence the CVP reservoir balancing in the CalSim 2 model as you noted in your testimony?
I'm not aware of water year specific balancing requirements.
Okay, in the California WaterFix modeling that you reviewed, isn't it true that the off-ramp criteria that you described is the same and is consistent between the no action alternatives and the California WaterFix scenarios?
That is correct.
So if the fulsome storage is different because of the different balancing results between CVP reservoirs, could the off-ramp be triggered differently between no action alternative and the CWF scenarios?
Objection. I believe that misstates the testimony. I believe that the off-ramp is triggered in March of 1933 before the reservoir balancing occurs.
Ms. Morris, what was your question again?
If the fulsome storage is different because of different balancing results between CVP reservoirs, I didn't specify a year, could the off-ramp be triggered differently between the no action alternative and the California WaterFix scenarios?
A storage differential between alternatives, regardless of what causes the storage differential, could lead to different implementation of the off-ramp condition.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Morris.
I have no recross. I just have one point of clarification regarding the evidentiary objection Mr. Berliner and Ms. Morris made. I believe it only applies to Mr. Weaver's testimony regarding paragraph 33 of his written testimony. They did not raise that objection relevant to paragraph 34 of his testimony.
Ms. Morris?
For my objection, at least, it would apply to 34 because 33 is describing above what he did, and then he's saying in 34, based on what he did and what was instructive, looking at that below normal year to a critical year, informed those three opinions.
Your last word on this, Mr. Becerra.
Yes, his testimony was that he would change something in paragraph 33. His testimony was that he would not change any of his conclusions in paragraph 34.
Thank you. With that, I will take under advisement the objections. There are, I believe, several other outstanding objections with respect to Group 7's exhibits and testimony, and we'll roll this one into that as well for a ruling to be issued later.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver. That concludes Group number 7's Panel 7. Let's take a short 5-minute break, and I will ask Group 7's Panel 6 to assemble.
Yes, and Mr. Becerra, the same trio.
Yeah. My direct. I'm not going to need it.
Right, we are back in session, and we're now on panel 6 of group 7. Who will do the honors?
Thank you. Good morning. Hearing Chair Doduk, Board Chair Marcus, members of the board and staff, Wes Miliband from Stoll Reeves for the City of Sacramento. Consistent with my approach yesterday, I do not have an opening or sub-opening statement, but instead would rely upon the statements provided by Mr. Lilly on behalf of the outset of Group 7's cases in chief last week, as well as Mr. Becerra's statement from earlier this week. But my understanding is Mr. Becerra might have a short, brief statement relating to parts of this panel. So my question would be whether or not the hearing team would like to hear that now or at the beginning of just before the direct testimony from those witnesses.
Why don't we wait on that then? For now, I'll ask all the witnesses to please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth? If so, answer yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Miliband, please begin.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Pfeiffer. Would you please state your name for the record and also spell your last?
My name is James Pfeiffer, P-E-I-F-E-R.
Are Exhibits City SAC 1 and 19 true and correct statements of your written testimony?
Yes.
Is Exhibit City SAC 2 an accurate statement of your professional credentials and experience?
Yes.
Were Exhibits City SAC 3 and 18 prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes.
Are Exhibits City SAC 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 true and correct copies of documents reflecting the City of Sacramento's water rights?
Yes.
Are Exhibits City SAC 22, 23, and 24 true and correct copies of the documents each of those purport to be?
Yes.
Are Exhibits City SAC 33 and 34 the comment letters submitted by the city on the BDCP and DEIR and DEIS?
Yes, they are.
Mr. Ewert, good morning.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name for the record and spell your last?
My name is Brett Ewert, E-W-A-R-T.
Is Exhibit City SAC 4 a true and correct statement of your written testimony?
It is.
Is Exhibit City SAC 5 an accurate statement of your professional credentials and experience?
It is.
Thank you. Mr. Baker, if I could request that Exhibit City SAC 3 be brought up on the screens. Thank you. Mr. Pfeiffer, referring to Exhibit City SAC 3, would you please explain the substance on the first page of this exhibit?
Certainly. The City of Sacramento is a legal user of water, and Sacramento provides potable water service to a population of 485,000 residents, along with several commercial, institutional, and industrial customers. In addition, Sacramento serves water to several wholesale and wheeling customers, including Sacramento County Water Agency, Sacramento Suburban Water District, California American Water Company, and Fruit Ridge Vista Water Company. We provide wholesale service to Sacramento International Airport. Sacramento diverts water at 2 treatment plants, one on the American River, roughly 7 miles above the confluence of the American and Sacramento River. The other location is on the Sacramento River, just downstream from the confluence. In addition, Sacramento produces groundwater. The collective water production capacity from these treatment plants and wells is adjusted to meet seasonal demands. In general, our highest demands occur in July, and demands start to taper off slowly as the summer progresses, going into the fall until December, often the month with the lowest demands. Demands slowly go up again until spring, when they quickly increase. I'll add, during the summertime, all of those facilities are needed to produce water. Sacramento has a pre-1914 appropriative right off the Sacramento River and 5 appropriative permits. One of those permits allows Sacramento to divert Sacramento River water with a priority date of 1920. The other 4 permits allow Sacramento to divert American River water with priority dates ranging from 1947 to 1954.
Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Baker, would you please bring up Exhibit City of SAC 18? Thank you, Mr. Baker. Mr. Pfeiffer, would you please explain what Exhibit City SAC 18 depicts and what your understanding is as to how this exhibit relates to the City of Sacramento's water rights?
This exhibit is a map identifying the retail water service area for the City of Sacramento and locations of our wholesale and wheeling customers, including Sacramento Suburban Water District, Sacramento County Water Agency, California American Water Company, and Fruit Ridge Vista Water Company. The collective place of use boundary for the American River permits is presented on the exhibit. The place of use boundary for the Sacramento River permit is the same as the Sacramento City boundary.
Mr. Baker, one last time, please, if you'd go back to City SAC 3. And the second slide, please. Mr. Pfeiffer, turning back to this exhibit, would you please explain the substance that's before us on City SAC 3, page 2?
Yes. Sacramento has a permanent operating contract with Reclamation, in which Reclamation operates their facilities to ensure availability for the city's diversion of water at the city's facilities on the American and Sacramento rivers. For the American River, the contract requires reclamation to store and release water as needed to maintain sufficient water downstream for the city's diversions, while on the Sacramento River, reclamation is required to operate Shasta as not to interfere with the city's diversions. The water made available under the contract is the city's own water rights water. The city does not receive CVP water under reclamation's water rights. I'll also add that we maintain strong partnerships within the region and with reclamation to ensure delivery of water is being coordinated and well managed. An example of this partnership includes being a member of the Water Forum.
And are you familiar with evidence that's been offered in this proceeding by MBK witnesses as well as Mr. Weaver of HDR?
Yes.
And is this the type of information that you typically rely upon to assess potential implications to the city's water rights or supplies or operations of the city's water system?
Yes, it is.
Based upon your professional experience, what is your opinion as to how California WaterFix impacts the city of Sacramento?
Based on the analysis performed by MBK, we understand that the project analysis assumes reservoir operations that significantly underestimate the amount of water that the project would be capable of exporting. If more water is exported, less water is available, or less water will be retained and carried over in upstream reservoirs. The petitioners have suggested that there would be no changes in reservoir operational criteria, but the petitioners have not indicated specifically how the reservoirs will be operated. MBK's analysis, as well as my own independent understanding of the project increasing export capacity, force us to consider that the future operations could harm the city of Sacramento. It is possible that the reservoirs will be operated to release water to the point that, at times, reclamation would not be able to release sufficient water to meet Sacramento's diversion needs. If less water is retained and carried over in upstream reservoirs, reduced reservoir releases also could result in lowered water surface elevations at the city's intakes. This could cause phenomena such as vortexing or cavitation that would damage the city of Sacramento's intake pumps. The WaterFix could increase the frequency of lower American River flows below the so-called Hodge flow conditions. And as I understand the petitioner's analysis, it did not analyze for Hodge flow impacts, which could require the city to reduce diversions for wholesale customers, or for its wholesale customers. The Hodge flow conditions were originally established in a court decision to govern potential water deliveries to East Bay Mud through the Folsom South Canal. In the Water Forum Agreement, the city of Sacramento agreed to limit surface water diversions at the Fairbairn Water Treatment Plant on the American River when the river falls below the Hodge flow conditions. This limitation is also included in the city of Sacramento's American River water right permit terms. The Water Forum Agreement, for the most part, prohibits the delivery of surface water to wholesale customers during Hodge flow events. If increased water exports increase the frequency of Hodge flow conditions, this will result in reduced water sales to wholesale customers. This is an economic impact to the city of Sacramento by having its water sales reduced.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Becerra?
Good morning. For the record, my name is Ryan Becerra, and on this panel I represent Sacramento Suburban Water District. The district's general manager, Robert Roscoe, will be providing his testimony in a moment. It's essentially self-explanatory, so this will not be a long statement. I just want to make the point that Sacramento Suburban Water District is a member of both the Sacramento Valley Water Users Group and the American River Water Agencies Group, and relies on the opening statements and testimony presented by those groups. Mr. Roscoe, could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Robert Roscoe, R-O-S-C-O-E.
Have you taken the oath in this hearing?
Have.
Mr. York, could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Dan York, Y-O-R-K.
And have you taken the oath in this hearing?
Yes.
Mr. Roscoe, is Exhibit SSWD1 your testimony in this hearing?
Yes, I do have one correction I'd like to make to, it's non-substantive, but I think it needs to be correct for the record.
Okay, could we please pull up Exhibit SSWD1? And Mr. Roscoe, could you please explain that correction?
On page 2, please. Table A. In Table A, in the year 2013, it indicates 409 acre-feet, a relatively small amount of water in our conjunctive use scheme, obtained from PCWA. That water was actually Section 215 spillway water. The source was the Bureau of Reclamation. All the rest of it remains the same. Delivery through the M&I intake at Folsom Lake, treated by San Juan Water District. I just want to, we should have technically had one more column for Section 215 water.
Thank you very much. Mr. Roscoe, is Exhibit SSWD2 a correct statement of your qualifications?
Yes.
Are Exhibits SSWD3 through SSWD14 referenced in your testimony?
Yes, they are.
Mr. York, is Exhibit SSWD16 a correct statement of your qualifications?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. Could we please pull up Exhibit SSWD3? And Mr. Roscoe, based on Exhibit SSWD3, could you please summarize your testimony?
Thank you. The next slide, please. Sacramento Suburban Water District is a result of the merger of two long water districts, Arcade Water District and Northridge Water District. Both those water districts formed in the mid-1950s to serve the growing Sacramento suburbs. In 2002, those two water districts merged to form Sacramento Suburban Water District. And on this graph, and it is also shown in my testimony, SSWD5, it's pretty much the same picture. McClellan Business Park, and there's an area just northeast of McClellan Business Park where Watt Avenue and Union Pacific Railroad, that kind of trapezoidally shaped piece, was a part of Arcade. And for the purposes of this slide, it was the previous Arcade Water District. For our water supply purposes, it's part of our north service area, and I'll talk about that a little bit more. But technically, this slide should have had that trapezoidal piece shaded pink. It doesn't change any of our water supply issues. But significantly for these purposes, both predecessor districts, Arcade and Northridge, relied 100% on groundwater pumped from the local groundwater basin, the North American Subbasin, as defined by the Department of Water Resources. Both water districts participated in the Sacramento Area Water Forum process, and both predecessor water districts independently pursued amending their water supply portfolios to include surface water supplies used in a conjunctive use fashion, taking surface water when it was available, resting the wells, banking that water in the groundwater basin in lieu of pumping, and those were significant investments for both districts, and our future water supply for Sacramento Suburban Water District relies on our ability to continue doing that. Next slide, please.
And this slide depicts Sac Suburban Water District as well as certain wells and well levels.
Thank you. Sacramento Suburban Water District now is shown in blue in the middle. Our district serves about 175,000 population. Our district spans from the the American River north to the Placer County line. The two black dots circled in red represent groundwater monitoring wells that are operated to evaluate impacts on groundwater in our region. So the two traces are nearly identical and are representative of groundwater levels in this portion of the North American basin. And what this depicts very graphically is shown, and the blow-up of this is on the next slide, please. What this shows very graphically is the long-standing, roughly 2 foot per year drawdown in groundwater that was occurring for the 50 years prior to the mid-1990s. That's one of the reasons the Sacramento Water Forum has a groundwater element in it. It was recognized that this was not sustainable in the long term, and some change in the groundwater pumping had to be done. Both predecessor districts invested in conjunctive use operations that were completed right after the merger of these districts in 2002. Since we've been purchasing surface water and resting our wells, you can see a remarkable difference in groundwater levels. We have arrested the long-standing drawdown of groundwater in the North American basin. It is now recovering about a half a foot a year. And at the very tail end of this slide, you can see the effects of the drought as we had less access to surface water. And we think that we will return to this half a foot a year rising groundwater level when this drought ends. I will note that Sacramento Suburban is only one of the pumpers in this basin. And so while we believe that we have had a remarkable effect on the recovery of the groundwater basin and the arresting of this long-term non-sustainable groundwater pumping, other purveyors in the region also have reduced their pumping and have contributed to this as well. We're not alone in this. The next slide indicates those investments that we made to bring surface water into our system. Because both predecessor districts independently pursued their own conjunctive use plans, Sacramento Suburban Water District inherited the projects of both predecessor districts. I'll begin with our north service area. We contract with Placer County Water Agency for supplies from their Middle Fork project. Our current contract with PCWA involves up to 29,000 acre-feet of Middle Fork project water. We have a contract with the Bureau of Reclamation for a Warren contract, short-term, 5-year contract presently. We've been working on a long-term contract for 12 years. But nevertheless, the Bureau wheels that water across Folsom Lake to the M&I intake located at the dam. You heard testimony yesterday from several water purveyors who rely on that M&I intake, as do we. We contract with San Juan Water District for treatment capacity in their Peterson treatment plant. And when we have surface water, they generally have surplus capacity. It works out very nicely because we usually get surface water in the off-peak months, and they have treatment capacity in the off-peak months. We invested very heavily in that red line across the north part of Sacramento. That's referred to as a cooperative transmission pipeline, and Sacramento Suburban has a 59 million gallon per day capacity in that line. The blue line that runs from SWRCB Park to our district are 48-inch and smaller transmission lines, and we bring that surface water in and distribute it around the north part of our service area. We separate the north and the south service area operationally because the Peterson treatment plant is not fluoridated, and so we separate what the boundary between the former Arcade and the former Northridge district. It's also separated because the PCWA Middle Fork project water right extended into North Sacramento County included the former Northridge Water District and the Arcade, North Highlands, and McClellan Business Park portion of our district. It did not include the former Arcade Town and Country, so we need to keep that surface water in the north side of our district. Turning to the City of Sacramento supply, we contracted with the City of Sacramento for access to treatment capacity in their Fairbairn water treatment plant. The contract is for 20 million gallons per day with an option on a future 10 MGD should we choose to exercise it. We use the City of Sacramento's Area D water rights, and that water right exhibit was just recently shown by Mr. Pfeiffer, a significant portion of our south service area, the former Arcade Town and Country service area, is within the Area D water right service area, their place of use. And we have a contract with the city for up to a little over 26,000 acre feet to bring surface water in from the city. These work very nicely for conjunctive use supplies, but they have limitations on when we have access to both surface sources. The PCWA supply is available to us when unimpaired inflow to Folsom Lake is north of 1.6 million acre feet, which is an average or wetter than average year. For us, that's roughly 60% of the year types when we have access to that surface water, and the trigger is on for the year or off for the year, dependent on unimpaired inflow to Folsom Lake, and it's the March through November estimate of unimpaired inflow that counts for us. The City of Sacramento supplies are also limited by instantaneous flow in the Lower American River, as set by Judge Hodge, and you heard Mr. Pfeiffer refer to the Hodge flows in the Lower American River. When the river is above Hodge flows, we can take water from the City of Sacramento, treat it at Fairburn, and then distribute it into our system through transmission mains that come under the American River from the Fairburn plant, and then distributed around in large diameter transmission mains in our south service area. Our south service area, again, is kept separate because the City of Sacramento fluoridates at the Fairburn plant, and so we fluoridate our wells in the south service area. We don't fluoridate our wells in the north service area. We want to be able to tell our customers what it is that's in their drinking water, and that is a good practice that your Division of Drinking Water supports.
And Mr. Roscoe, just a clarification question before we leave the slide. The Placer County Water Agency supplies are diverted from Folsom Reservoir by San Juan, correct?
Yes, they are.
And the City of Sacramento supplies are diverted from the American River at the Fairburn treatment plant near Howe Avenue, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify before we left the slide.
Right. Our access to surface water is through contracts with PCWA, who holds the water right, and the City of Sacramento, who holds the water right. Next slide, please. Thank you. This slide depicts the approximate aerial extent of contaminant constituents. My staff assembled this based on a number of exhibits from the Regional Water Quality Control Board. This is essentially our estimate of all contaminants at all groundwater aquifer levels. And what you see in here is very notably, number one, it's very large and affects a very large area. Number two, there are tongues of this plume that extend under the American River north into the North American groundwater basin. And I believe that Carmichael Water District is going to testify on this as well. This certainly has been an impact on their district, and our district is very concerned that this has a potential to impact our district in the future. That tongue of groundwater plume that is closest to our district boundary is driven by advective force in the, I'm sorry, I'm not on the word here, but basically groundwater flows downhill also, and groundwater pumping in the middle of this basin has created a cone of depression. The center of that cone of depression is, depending on when it's calculated, is near the south end of the runways at McClellan Business Park, Ansel Hoffman Golf Course, and that plume is headed toward that low part in the groundwater basin. Our conjunctive use activities, in my opinion, have retarded this plume because we have elevated groundwater levels in advance of this leading edge of the plume. We need to continue to do that. That is not only additional reliability for our groundwater supplies, which we are 100% reliant on in dry times, and it's important for cleanup activities on the plume. Next slide, please. I mentioned the North American groundwater basin. This is the extent of it. The Sacramento Groundwater Authority operates the portion of that basin and manages that basin. And under the new Sustainable Groundwater Management Act is now the Groundwater Management Agency for the SWRCB. We are in Sacramento Groundwater Authority. Our district is the largest groundwater pumper in the north portion of Sacramento County. And I think our ability to do conjunctive use, ability to arrest long-term drawdown in groundwater and see that recover is in large measure due to our conjunctive use activities. Reduced pumping by other purveyors and their conjunctive use activities have certainly aided as well. But for the future compliance with SWRCB, we have to have access to this surface water, and we are very concerned that Cal WaterFix will have an effect on our access to that surface water.
And Mr. Roscoe, you led into this briefly there, but why do you believe that the California WaterFix proposal may negatively impact the district's water supplies?
There are actually a number of reasons. Our two surface water supplies, beginning with our supplies from PCWA, taken from the lake at the M&I intake by San Juan Water District and treated at their plant. Cal WaterFix, their testimony by their operators basically says that they are not going to necessarily operate to the modeling results that they presented. That gives us great concern. How are they going to operate? We don't know. There is no conditions on how they are going to operate Folsom Lake proposed by petitioners. If Folsom Lake is drawn down below the M&I intake, that affects our access to water. But importantly, if other water purveyors that pump from the same groundwater basin and have dual supplies, such as the San Juan family of agencies, including Fair Oaks Water District and Orangevale Water District and Citrus Heights Water District, the city of Roseville, it has surface water and groundwater capacity. If they don't have surface water, they will pump more groundwater. That has a direct impact on our ability to maintain a sustainable groundwater basin, and that affects us. That has a direct effect on groundwater levels at the leading edge of this contaminant plume, and that affects us. And so planning for our long-term sustainable water supply for my customers, this is a huge unknown and puts us in a position of having a lot of risk on our future water supply.
And do you have any concerns about how California WaterFix may affect the availability of American River water to Sacramento Suburban?
I knew I was going to get to the second one. Let me do that. Our ability to get water from the city of Sacramento's Area D water supply, taken by them at the Fairbairn Water Treatment Plant intake along the American River, treated at Fairbairn, and then delivered under the river to our district, is dependent on when the river meets Hodge flow criteria. The modeling shown by petitioners shows that there'll be a lot lower flows in the American River a lot more often. And so we're concerned that the Hodge triggers will be met more often, and we will have a reduced access to surface water supplies for conjunctive use operations in our south service area as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roscoe.
Does that complete your direct, Mr. Becerra?
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson?
Good morning, Hearing Officer Doduk. Aaron Ferguson, on behalf of Carmichael Water District and Sacramento County Water Agency, I will be conducting the cross-examination of the representatives from each of those agencies that are on this panel. First, we'll start with Mr. Steve Nugent of Carmichael Water District. Oh, excuse me. We'll be conducting direct examination of these panelists. Thanks. So, Mr. Nugent, can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Steve Nugent.
And is Exhibit CWD-10 your written testimony?
Yes, it is.
And did you prepare and finalize that testimony?
Yes, I did.
And is the purpose of your testimony to attest to the water rights held by Carmichael Water District and that are potentially subject to injury from the proposed California WaterFix project?
Yes, it is.
And do exhibits CWD 2 through CWD 7 include true and correct copies of documentation of the water rights held by Carmichael Water District?
Yes, it does.
And water use, oh, excuse me. And do they also reflect water usage under those rights for the years 2011 through 2015?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Are CWD 8 and CWD 9 true and correct copies of maps you've relied on in your testimony?
Yes, they are.
And are you familiar with the MBK engineers reports submitted by the Sacramento Valley water users in this proceeding?
Yes, I am.
And are the MBK engineers reports the types of information you'd review and rely on as Carmichael Water District's general manager to assess risks and impacts to Carmichael Water District's water supplies and operations?
Yes, I do.
So at this time, I would like to ask you to summarize your testimony.
Thank you. Carmichael Water District was formed approximately 100 years ago. We were located east of downtown Sacramento along the north side of the American River. The district originally formed to provide irrigation for farmers, but since that time has really migrated to serving residential customers. We serve a population of 37,900 souls. Our water supply for Carmichael Water District, we rely on both surface and groundwater. We divert surface water through our Bahamut Way water treatment plant, and we divert groundwater through 5 groundwater wells. Over the last 10 years, our highest water use was in 2006. We used 12,500 acre feet. And the lowest use was 2014, and we reduced that demand to 8,267 acre feet. Our surface water supplies, we have 2 licenses and 1 permit. The first license is license 1387 with the priority date of 1915. It allows us to draw 15 cubic feet per second from January 1st to December 31st on the American River. Our second license is license 8731 with a priority date of 1925. It's a 10 cubic foot per second permit. We can draw water from May 1st to November 1st. And our third is a permit, which is 7356 with a priority date of 1948. It's 25 CFS. Allows us to draw water from January 1st to December 31st. And we use this largely for peaking and when we exceed the 2 licenses previously identified. For groundwater, we have used groundwater for the last 80 years of our 100 years of operation. Our average groundwater uses in our district is about 25%, although in recent years we've had as high as 60%. Surface water facilities are critical to the operation of Carmichael Water District for the well-documented contaminant plume that have already migrated underneath Carmichael Water District. Since the early 80s, the district has been monitoring the plume for surface water supplies. As we saw the plume progress underneath the American River into the Fair Oaks Water District in the early 90s, we started monitoring our wells on a monthly basis to make sure contaminants didn't reach our facilities. By 2003, the plume had migrated underneath Carmichael Water District, and we've been working with Aerojet Rocketdyne manufacturers to do what we can to halt the plume migrating forward. With the gradient, with the water coming off Aerojet, it's a very difficult process to do, but we have been working with them, and we're hugely concerned as this plume progresses across the region because of the down hydraulic gradient that we're going to be experiencing more loss to groundwater as we see this plume expand, which makes it critical for us to maintain our surface water rights. Carmichael Water District's concern with the Cal WaterFix project is based on my review of the MBK's expert work and as the petitioner's modeling does not assess effects on non-project water rights holders such as Carmichael Water District. Accordingly to MBK, potential impacts on non-project water rights holders must be determined by evaluating model outputs, which we don't believe they have.
Thank you. That concludes my direct examination of Mr. Nugent.
Thank you very much. Let's start cross, or do you have others?
No, now we need to move to Sacramento County Water Agency, please.
Okay.
So, Mr. Peterson, can you please state your name for the record?
Michael Peterson.
Is Exhibit SCWA 19 your written testimony?
Yes, it is.
And did you prepare and finalize that testimony?
Yes, I did.
Is Exhibit SCWA 30 an accurate copy of your statement of qualifications?
Yes, it is.
And did you assemble and rely on Exhibits SCWA 5 through SCWA 31 and SCWA 42 and 45 in preparing your testimony?
Yes, I did.
Are you familiar with the MBK engineer's testimony and reports submitted on behalf of the Sacramento Valley water users in this proceeding?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with the conclusions reached in the testimony of Dr. Benjamin Bray submitted as EB Mud 152 in this proceeding, as well as the testimony of, as well as the conclusions reached in the testimony of Mr. Forrest Williams submitted as SCWA 3 in this proceeding?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with the conclusions reached in the testimony of Dr. Stephen Mell that was submitted on behalf of the agency as SCWA 50 in this proceeding?
Yes, I am.
Are these the types of information that you review and rely on as SCWA's agency engineer to assess risks and impacts to the agency's water supplies and operations?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, good morning. Mr. Williams, can you please state your name for the record?
Forrest Williams, Jr.
You need to turn your microphone on.
I apologize. Forrest Williams, Jr.
Is Exhibit SCWA 3 your written testimony?
Yes.
And is the purpose of your testimony for this panel to acknowledge that you contributed to the development of Michael E. Peterson's testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is it your understanding that you will testify on actually the next panel concerning reverse flow issues you address in your testimony?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Is Exhibit SCWA 32 an accurate copy of your statement of qualifications?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. Mr. Grinstead, good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Grinstead, will you please state your name for the record?
Michael Grinstead.
Is Exhibit SCWA 46 your written testimony?
Yes, it is.
And is Exhibit SCWA 47 an accurate copy of your statement of qualifications?
Yeah, with one minor modification. My time with the USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service as an agricultural engineer was actually in the Jackson, California and Stockton, California field offices, which are close to Sacramento, but not in Sacramento.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, did the court reporter get all that? Okay.
All right, Mr. Peterson, we'll return to you to have you summarize your testimony on behalf of the agency.
Okay. If we could bring up SCWA 34. And just briefly summarize my responsibilities as the agency engineer and my experience. I'm currently a registered civil engineer. I've been employed with the County of Sacramento for 29 years. The past 5 years as the director of the County Department of Water Resources, as well as the agency engineer for the Sacramento County Water Agency. As the agency engineer, I am responsible for the SCWA Zone 40 water supply utility, including developing surface and groundwater diversion, extraction, and conveyance facilities, identifying and securing water supplies, exercising surface and groundwater rights, managing and ensuring the reliability of surface, groundwater, CPP supplies, and remediated groundwater in a sustainable and balanced manner, and serving the existing and future demands of residents and businesses in the developing areas of central Sacramento County, including the city of Elk Grove and the city of Rancho Cordova. Go to the next slide, please. This slide depicts the Zone 40, the Water Agency Zone 40 service area. The Water Agency itself was formed in 1952 by a special legislative act. It was authorized to create benefit zones for the purposes of funding capital infrastructure and developing water supplies. In 1985, the Water Agency formed Zone 40, the water supply service area, to achieve these objectives for the developing area of the central Sacramento County. Currently, Zone 40 serves approximately 159,000 residents. The Water Agency has developed the Zone 40 Water Supply Master Plan and Water System Infrastructure Plan to project water demands, identify the necessary water supplies, and plan associated infrastructure. These plans are based on the adopted land use plans of the County of Sacramento and the cities of Rancho Cordova and Elk Grove. These plans are also used by the Water Agency Board of Directors for for decisions on financing, debt, operations, service levels, and infrastructure investments, including recent investments in the Freeport pump intake on the Sacramento River, the Vineyard surface water treatment plant, and additional considerable groundwater infrastructure. Next slide, please. This slide shows a comparison of developed land use between 2010 and build out within the Zone 40 service area. The water agency is responsible to meet the water supply demand through build out of Zone 40. And again, based on the land use plans of the County of Sacramento and the cities of Elk Grove and Rancho Cordova, the water supply infrastructure plan projects that Zone 40 will ultimately serve approximately 480,000 residents, estimating build out somewhere around 2050 or 2052. To meet this demand, the water agency has made and will continue to make significant investments in water supply infrastructure, including the expansion of our Vineyard surface water treatment plant from 50 MGD, million gallons per day capacity, to 100 million gallons per day capacity. Next slide, please. In order to meet existing and future demands, the water agency utilizes several sources of supply. The water agency utilizes groundwater produced within the Zone 40 service area, which is the area bounded by the dark blue line on the slide, which is located within the South American subbasin, which is outlined in red dotted line. The South American subbasin itself largely overlays the boundary of the Sacramento Central Groundwater Authority's groundwater management plan boundary, which is the shaded blue area, otherwise referred to as the Central Basin for management purposes. The Central Basin boundary was established by the water forum through a stakeholder-based process and was delineated based on county boundary, identified cones of depression, persistent recharge areas, and the boundaries of other water districts. The Sacramento Central Groundwater Authority's groundwater master plan establishes a target sustainable yield for the basin. The water agency's groundwater production is consistent with the SCGA groundwater master plan, and recent groundwater production has been as high as 29,000 acre feet per year, and at build out we anticipate production of up to 63,000 acre feet per year, depending on hydrologic conditions. The water agency also depends on a remediated groundwater supply through a 2010 agreement between the County of Sacramento, the Sacramento County Water Agency, and Aerojet. The agency has a right to 8,900 acre feet of remediated groundwater from within the South American subbasin that is treated and then discharged to the American River through Aerojet operated facilities. The agency diverts that water supply under this agreement through the Freeport intake on the Sacramento River. The supply has a high reliability to the agency because it's generally unaffected by drought. As well, this supply is accounted for in the SCGA groundwater master plan, is assumed to be returned to the South American subbasin. Next slide, please. The water agency also utilizes surface water. The water agency has a right to divert up to 45,000 acre feet per year CVP water through two contracts. One is a contract for 15,000 acre feet per year, which is actually a part of a 22,000 acre foot per year contract, a portion of which is subcontracted to the city of Folsom. In addition, the water agency has a SMUD assignment of CVP water of 30,000 acre feet per year. The agency's water system infrastructure plan identifies a long-term average availability of our CVP supplies of just over 40,000 acre feet per year. The agency also has an appropriative water right, which allows for diversion of up to 71,000 acre feet per year at either the Freeport intake or the Sacramento River water treatment plant for use in Zone 40. This water right is subject to Term 91 and curtailment based on relative priority. The agency's plans anticipate a long-term average availability of the supply of 22,400 acre feet per year. Next slide, please. In order to balance most beneficially the use of all the supplies the agency depends on, the agency is committed to implement long-term conjunctive use to maximize surface water use in wet years and groundwater use in dry years. The agency was an active participant in the formation of the Water Forum Agreement. Some of the objectives of the Water Forum Agreement were to provide for additional surface diversions, implement water demand management measures, and achieve improved flow patterns in the Lower American River. And to this end, the Water Agency has already invested nearly $500 million in surface water infrastructure, inclusive of the Freeport intake and the Vineyard Surface Water Treatment Plant, and anticipates investing nearly the same amount again in the future to ultimately achieve SWRCB build-out in the Zone 40 area. The Water Agency also maintains an extensive groundwater production and distribution system, which will continue to expand through build-out. The long-term conjunctive use goal of the agency would seek to achieve approximately 70% surface water, 30% groundwater in wet and average years, and in dry years, 30% surface water and 70% groundwater use. Next slide, please. The agency is concerned with potential injury as a result of the California WaterFix. And based on expert analysis of the DWR Bureau's WaterFix modeling that was carried out by MBK engineers on behalf of the agency, we have concerns with the operations, impacts to operations of the agency. The analysis done by MBK identified inaccuracies in how the WaterFix modeling represents the operations of the State Water Project in the CVP. And based on independent expert modeling by MBK to address those inaccuracies, I understand that the WaterFix, it's my opinion that the WaterFix could have following impacts on the agency. So modeling shows reductions in CVP north of Delta deliveries in average and wet years. Also, the modeling demonstrated in its specific 2-year hydrologic cycle, as an example, that deliveries north of Delta could be reduced by as much as 5% in the second year. In addition, the modeling indicates average reductions in the end of September Folsom carryover storage of about 29,000 acre feet. Additionally, the modeling indicates an increase in the triggering of Term 91 curtailments. The concern to the agency is that the impacts from the WaterFix will translate to reduced deliveries to the Water Agency. Reduced north of Delta deliveries will no doubt affect the agency's ability to receive its water supply. In addition, reductions in carryover storage in Folsom will likely reduce the ability of reclamation to provide the agency's CVP supplies. And further, an increase in the triggering of Term 91 will reduce and limit the ability of the agency to access any of its surface water supplies through the Freeport intake. Restrictions and reductions in the availability of surface water will cause the Water Agency to rely more heavily on groundwater than originally planned. This reduces the effectiveness of our infrastructure investments that we've already made, as well as those that are planned. Cause potential increase in the agency's assumed long-term average groundwater use and result in increased operation of groundwater facilities. Increased groundwater use by the agency could in turn change the basin-wide groundwater management assumptions that SCGA has identified in its groundwater master plan relative to the sustainable yield of the Central Basin. And recall that the Central Basin is utilized by multiple agencies, not just the Sacramento County Water Agency. In addition, you will hear or have already heard expert testimony regarding potential project impacts due to reverse flow that affect the ability of the agency to divert water at Freeport, and impacts to groundwater and surface water interactions along the Sacramento River affecting the availability of groundwater to the agency from within the South American subbasin. The modeling that I reviewed helped form my opinion and concern with the potential impacts of the water agency from the California WaterFix. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. That concludes my direct examination of the agency.
And does that conclude direct for this entire panel? Okay.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and take our morning break for the court reporter. I assume the Department of Water Resources will be conducting cross-examination, so you may use time during the break to set up. We will continue at 10:45. All right. It is 10:45. We are back in session. Just to do some quick time checking. Mr. Berliner, Ms. Ainsley, how much time do you anticipate requiring for your cross?
30 minutes to an hour.
Okay. Who else is planning to conduct cross-examination of this panel? And if you could come up to the microphone and give me a time estimate.
Rebecca Aykroyd, San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority. I think 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay.
Michael Jackson on behalf of the California Sports Fishing Protection Alliance, California Water Impact Network, and Aqua Alliance. I would expect about 20 minutes.
So by my math, without a calculator, that should take us to about the noonish hour. So I am advising, was it Ms. Nickel? No, who was it that has group 7 and 15? Ms. Ferguson. And you say yes. You will be up after our lunch break. And how much time do you anticipate needing? Okay. Hour and cross. We might get to 9 today, but I'm not sure about that. But group 9 should be on standby just in case. Okay. With that then, Mr. Berliner. Ms. Ainsley.
Or if I may, Chair Doduck, just to inquire on the other housekeeping item as to proposed topics. West Milliband. Thank you. Just proposed topics for cross-examination.
Thank you for the reminder.
We'd like to ask each of these witnesses, provide testimony on the information they rely on and potential impacts to their respective water agencies by the California WaterFix. And that's the primary focus of the cross-examination. There may be just a couple housekeeping kind of clarification questions in there.
All right.
And yeah.
Anything else? Ms. Ainsley?
No, thank you. Good morning. I'd like to start with Mr. Roscoe. Mr. Roscoe, your testimony is in this proceeding as SSWD1, is that correct?
Correct.
And did anyone assist you in the preparation of this testimony?
Yes, I have a very talented staff and had consultation with our council. And in addition, I attend a lot of water industry events and meetings and have had discussions with a number of people who are testifying in this proceeding.
And I'm sorry, my attention wandered. Did Mr. York help you prepare your testimony?
Yes, he did.
Is there any particular parts of your testimony that someone other than yourself drafted?
Mr. York gave me the information on the water history, on the water numbers we've taken, and there could be other ones, but I know that he was involved in that.
Okay, and SSWD2 is a statement of your qualifications, is that correct?
Yes.
And you are not testifying here today as an expert witness?
Objection, relevance. Again, I believe the only thing that's pertinent about whether someone is designated as an expert is whether they provided a statement of qualifications. These experts are relying on their professional expertise.
Ms. Ainsley?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to get to that. I'm just laying sort of the groundwork of who he is and here he is today and how he was disclosed by the party presenting him.
Just answer the question. Thank you.
Well, I don't know the legal part of this. I'm not an expert in law, but I think I've been in the water industry for a very long time, managing water districts for 25 years. I have a bachelor's and a master's degree in civil engineering with a specific focus in water resources. And so on some things here, I believe I do have expertise. And some of these are just my knowledge of the water district, our water supply needs, and our sources of water, and what's reliable and what's not reliable.
Thank you. So in your testimony, paragraphs 22 to 32 of SSWD1, you provide testimony concerning impacts of California WaterFix on your district. Is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Ansley, do we need to pull that up? Are you going to get into specifics?
Yes, we're going to look at specific paragraphs, and then we're going to look at a couple referenced exhibits.
Okay, let's just wait for Mr. Baker to get it up. Ms. Ansley, what paragraph?
Sorry, paragraph 22. Do you have that there in front of you, Mr. Roscoe?
Yes, I do.
And looking at paragraph 22, you make the conclusion that the hydrologic modeling, and I'll just paraphrase, but please correct me if you disagree, performed for the DEIR and the RDEIR indicate that with the operation of the proposed California WaterFix project under the one modeled climate change scenario and with demand growth, Folsom Reservoir will be drained to approximately 100,000 acre feet at the end of September during 10% of all years in the future. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you rely on figure 8 of exhibit Folsom 25 for that conclusion?
Largely.
Can we bring up exhibit Folsom 25, please? I think we're going to the last page, the last graph at the bottom of the page. Can you scroll down to figure 8, please? Mr. Roscoe, is this the figure that you are relying on in this paragraph?
That's the figure that I referenced in this paragraph. I think that reviewed a lot of information that in total informed my opinion.
Do you have any other figures or information that
I do.
that form the basis of this in this paragraph?
I have reviewed modeling by MBK engineers and work by Jeff Weaver. In addition, my understanding is petitioners, while this is modeling results, have indicated that the operation of the system won't necessarily follow the modeling, and we don't know because nobody has indicated how the system will be operated, what the total impact will be. I can tell you also that while this chart bottoms out at around 90,000 acre feet, my understanding from discussions with folks who know more about this modeling than I do is that that's the limit of the modeling. That isn't necessarily the limit of reality.
Can I move to strike the portions that are non-responsive to my original question?
I'm object to the motion to strike. Ms. Ainsley asked if Mr. Roscoe had any other information to support his conclusion.
We'll leave it in.
Okay. Looking at figure 8 here, Mr. Roscoe, would you agree that what this figure demonstrates is that the no action alternative, which is here in dark blue on the screen, is the same conclusion that you draw for Folsom Reservoir drained to approximately 100,000 acre feet at the end of September during 10% of all years in the future?
Objection, it's vague and ambiguous. We have multiple modeling curves here. The no action alternative is similar to some, but not others.
Well, hold on. Let's let the witness attempt to answer. And if you need further clarification, Mr. Roscoe, just ask.
Maybe the question could just be repeated.
Sure, maybe a little bit rephrased. So let's just look at the no action alternative, which is here in dark blue. Do you see that?
I do.
And in your paragraph 22, you had said that the modeled scenario, under the one modeled climate change scenario with demand growth, Folsom Reservoir would be drained to approximately 100,000 acre-feet at the end of September during 10% of all years in the future. And my only question here is, does the no action alternative also show that result?
That in this model depiction, the no action alternative is for roughly 10% of the model times is very similar to the no action with project is very similar to the no action alternative. I'd like to amplify, if I could.
Hold on, before you amplify, that was not the question she asked.
Okay.
She asked for you to look at the no action alternative, and her question was whether that line, that blue line, also shows the 100,000 acre feet storage in 10% of the time at the end of September, if I understood your question correctly, Ms. Ainsley.
Yes.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Okay. And then going back to your testimony, can we look at paragraph 23, please? Do you see that there?
I do.
And in this paragraph, you reference DWR 514, figure 14. Is that correct?
Yes, I do.
And you state, according to figure 14, with the proposed project in 5% of the years, Folsom Reservoir storage will be drawn down to 90,000 acre feet or less at the end of September. Do you see that?
I do.
Can we look at 514, DWR 514, figure 14? And looking at figure 14, and referencing back to the statement that we just read from your testimony, I have a similar question as the before figure. Is the same conclusion true for the no action alternative, which is here shown as a dark black line?
Yeah, I think my testimony is more than just the sentence that is being asked. The sentence being asked is, does this figure depict that Folsom will be drawn down to roughly 90,000 acre feet in 5% of the time? My testimony on injury to the district is it's not clear whether that is going to be reality because that's all this model can do.
Yes, and I did note that in your written testimony, but that's not the question Ms. Ainsley asked, so go ahead and just answer her question, please.
Okay, that's my understanding of what this graph is supposed to depict.
And can I get clarification on that for the record, that that is the same conclusion you can draw for the no action alternative on this graph, or this figure, excuse me?
Yes.
I'd like to look at paragraph 30 of your testimony, please. Do you have that in front of you, Mr. Roscoe?
I do.
In paragraph 30, you testify that the DEIR/EIS and the RDEIR/SDIS indicate that in projected future conditions with the project, lower American River stream flows would be materially lower in many months and many years. Do you see that statement?
I do.
And are you relying on what you cite there, SSWD 14, as the basis for that statement?
In part.
Do you provide any other references?
Not in my testimony, no.
Can we look at SSWD 14? And I believe that this is a 4-page exhibit. Is that correct, Mr. Roscoe? We can thumb through it really fast if you need to.
Yes, I didn't bring that one with me, and my recollection is it has a lot more than just this.
Sure. So let's maybe look at that really fast. So the first page here is table C-19-5. And maybe we can look, and this is a comparison of existing conditions with alternative 4H1. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can we look at the next page? And the next page is that you refer to as table 19-6. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it compares existing conditions with alternative 4H2. Alternative 4H2, is that correct?
Yes.
And the third page that you excerpted. And by the way, did you prepare this exhibit?
I did not.
Who did prepare this exhibit?
I'm having a tough time with my memory on who prepared this. I can provide that if you would like. I don't have it on quick recall.
So this is the exhibit that you relied on in forming your conclusion?
In part.
Pardon me, I don't remember if I clarified this. So this third page is table C-19-7?
Yes.
And this compares existing conditions to alternative 4H3, is that correct?
Yes.
And then finally, the last page that was excerpted here.
Next page, please, Mr. Baker.
And Ms. Dodek, if I might, I have a copy of this in writing that I could give to the witness and might help reference.
Please.
Yeah. Thank you.
So what is your question, Ms. Ainsley?
Oh, I just wanted to make sure that we understood that there are 4 pages here.
Yes,
and
we can see that.
Yeah. So then the last question is just to confirm this is table C-19-8. Correct, Mr. Roscoe?
Yes.
And this compares existing conditions with alternative 4H4. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And we can stay on this page since my questions are then applicable to just all 4 pages. So looking at table C-19-8, would you agree that, and as applicable to the previous 3 tables we just looked at and talked about, this is a comparison between existing condition and the alternatives mentioned here, and it is not a comparison with the no action alternative. Is that correct?
This is a comparison of existing condition with alternative 4H4. Right?
Yes.
Thank you.
And this is not there is not a comparison with the no action alternative on any of these 4 tables. Is that correct?
I don't know. That's correct.
And the alternatives listed here on tables C-19-5, C-19-6, C-19-7, and this one, C-19-8, all include alternatives modeled under the late long-term scenario. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have an understanding of what the late long-term scenario is?
Yeah, I think I have a working understanding. I'd have a hard time defining all that went into it.
So it is your understanding that this is modeling long-term climate change in the year 2060?
Late long-term, H4, yes, I think it does.
And that this includes 45 centimeters of sea level rise?
I wouldn't testify that 45 is right, but I believe sea level rise is included in the late long-term.
And that these alternatives also include 65,000 acres of habitat restoration?
I won't, I'm not confident on the number.
Just give me a minute. I believe you testified earlier that you relied on the modeling testimony of MBK here in this proceeding,
Yes,
as well as Mr. Weaver.
yes. My understanding is Mr. Weaver reviewed modeling results. I'm not sure he did his own, or I don't believe he did his own independent modeling.
But you reviewed and relied on Mr. Weaver's conclusions.
Yes.
Which part of MBK's analysis did you review?
The summary information.
Can you be more specific than that?
I did not bring MBK's exhibits with me, and that would take me a while to pour through and recall which I read and which I didn't read.
So I guess we could try to shortcut that just to clarify. So did you review each of their exhibits or just a summary of their findings?
I reviewed individual exhibits and the summary, but without having them in front of me and saying, yep, I remember that one, I can't tell you which specific exhibits.
And are you familiar with the calcium modeling?
I'm not a professional modeler.
But do you have a working familiarity with calcium?
I am familiar with what calcium attempts to model, but I am not representing that I am an expert in any of the modeling in calcium.
And have you ever discussed calcium modeling with the Department of Water Resources or the United States Bureau of Reclamation's modelers?
I have had conversations with Mr. Milligan on occasion. We meet with him at various conferences and events, and I chat with him on a number of topics. I have not talked with Mr. Milligan in depth on modeling assumptions that he uses and doesn't use.
Are you aware that Mr. Milligan is not a modeler? He's an operator?
Mr. Milligan, in his present role, is in charge of operating the Bureau's CVP system.
Have you used calcium to assess any projects that you've been involved in?
I have not.
And do you understand that the differences between MBK's modeling approach to the WaterFix, as testified here by MBK, as compared to how the Department of Water Resources and the United States Bureau of Reclamation modeled the WaterFix?
Objection, vague and ambiguous. We're talking about an extremely large amount of technical information, and I'll point out, the Department of Water Resources has not produced the modeling results from their own modeling for this hearing that would allow witnesses like Mr. Roscoe to actually review those results. Instead, we have extremely complex technical files that require technical expertise to even assess.
Enough, Ms. Becerra. You don't need to testify on that. Ms. Ansley, where are you going with this? He's not an expert on the calcium or on modeling.
Well, I believe that these experts testified that this is the type of information that they rely on earlier when I'm sorry, I think it was Mr. Miliband asked Mr. Roscoe this, and they are all relying on MBK's, at least Mr. Roscoe is.
Because MBK is their expert who did modeling, provide them with information.
Right. So they form their conclusions based on that testimony, and I simply just wanted to know if he had an understanding of the differences in the approaches taken by as a manager between MBK.
So a general understanding.
Sure, as much information as to his level of understanding.
Mr. Roscoe?
My understanding is the conclusions that MBK reaches include their own independent runs of the model, plus what has been described to me as post-processing reality checks, and does that model result actually represent past and expected future operations.
And that's your understanding of the difference. You have nothing else to add?
Yes. Yes to the first, no to the second.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Roscoe. I think I'm ready to move on to Mr. Pfeiffer. Good morning, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Good morning.
Your testimony here today is City SAC number 1, is that correct?
That is correct, in addition to City of Sac 19 as amended.
Did anyone assist you in the preparation of this testimony?
Yes, this was a collaborative effort between myself and my colleague, Mr. Ewart. In addition, we worked with our attorneys to develop that. There was a number of other people who reviewed that testimony and participated, including our water quality team, which testified yesterday.
Are there specific sections of your testimony that Mr. Ewart drafted?
Mr. Ewart had a greater hand in preparing the testimony that affected the intake structures. Or that discuss the effects on intake structures.
And as a matter of housekeeping, were you disclosed as an expert witness here today?
I am not representing myself as an expert witness today.
You're currently the principal engineer for City of Sacramento?
I am.
And the City of Sacramento diverts water from the Sacramento River at the Sacramento River Treatment Plant, correct?
Yes.
And this point of diversion is downstream from the proposed new intakes under the petition at issue here, correct?
I would say upstream.
Oh, it's upstream. Sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize. That's my mistake. And do you have an estimate of the distance?
Objection vague.
The distance, Ms. Ansley?
The distance between the point of diversion at the Sacramento River Treatment Plant and the new proposed diversions?
I do not immediately have an estimate.
As another matter of housekeeping, this morning I believe that you attested to a number of exhibits off the City of Sacramento Exhibit Index, correct?
Yes.
Having reviewed your testimony, I see references to 2 exhibits beyond your testimony, which is City SAC 1. I see a reference to City SAC 2 on page 2, and then I see a reference to City SAC 18 in footnote 1 on page 4. Can you point to me in your testimony where you specifically cite or reference an exhibit off the City of Sacramento exhibit list?
Objection to the extent it's vague. It sounds like Ms. Ainsley just identified exhibits, so it's unclear what the question really is, having already identified 2 additional exhibits off the City of Sac's exhibit list.
Sure.
Where are you going with this?
Where I'm going with this is that I believe he cites to 2 City of Sac exhibits in his testimony, but this morning in a long stream of exhibits, he confirmed that other exhibits were true and track copies, and I don't believe that his testimony cites to City SAC referenced exhibits. I see a reference to City SAC 2 and a reference to City SAC 18. And I just thought maybe he could point out in his testimony where he is citing other exhibits off the exhibit list.
Then I would like to insert an objection as to relevance, and if for no other reason, purposes of efficiency, there's no rule requiring that each and every exhibit be referenced in the testimony. That is the purpose, at least in part, for oral testimony to lay evidentiary and foundational statements such as Mr. Piper provided this morning.
Yes, Ms. Ansley, why is this significant?
I'm happy to move on. It's just more of a procedural issue that...
Move on.
Okay. Looking at paragraph 4 of your testimony. This testimony is intended to provide a background on Sacramento's water rights and entitlements. Is that correct?
That is correct.
It also identifies water sources and facility capabilities, or capacities, excuse me.
It's citing that my testimony includes this in this paragraph.
All right. And your testimony also here provides an opinion for the potential impacts to cause injury by the California WaterFix?
It states that it describes that I have an opinion on impact from the California WaterFix.
If we can move to paragraph 24. In 24, this starts your section on potential injuries to Sacramento from California WaterFix. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you testify here in paragraph 25, which we can also see, that your opinion is based on your training and experience. Is that correct?
Yes.
Moving to paragraph 26.
I would just like to insert what is a late objection in that it's misstating the testimony. It's almost an incomplete question. The written testimony speaks for itself. If there's a clarifying or additional question, certainly welcome hearing that from Ms. Ainsley, but it does somewhat misstate the testimony, that last question.
Fine. Let's just move on, please.
Okay, looking at paragraph 26, in addition to your training experience, here in paragraph 26, do you also rely, and I'm looking at about the fourth line up, on the testimony of highly credible experts?
I do.
And I think you testified orally earlier that those would be MBK and Mr. Weaver?
Yes.
Is there a reason why you didn't name them specifically in this testimony?
There is no particular reason.
This is very painful, Miss Ainsley.
And which parts of MBK's analysis did you review?
Over the last several months, I've read a report from MBK quantifying impacts. I've seen a number of presentations that Walter has made which quantify this.
These are presentations that are different from the testimony submitted in this proceeding?
I did not see Walter's presentation during this proceeding.
Have you reviewed the exhibits submitted in support of MBK's work in this proceeding?
I have.
And are you familiar with calcium modeling?
I am not a calcium modeler. I use the analysis from calcium modelers.
And have you ever discussed calcium modeling with either the Department of Water Resources or the United States Bureau of Reclamation modelers?
Not in the context of California WaterFix.
In what respects?
In the past, there have been questions and comments that have come up on previous biological opinions.
And have you used calcium to assess any projects that you've been involved in?
We've relied, or I have personally relied, on calcium modelers for projects in the past. Again, I'm not a calcium modeler.
And the same question that we asked Mr. Roscoe, do you understand the differences between MBK's modeling approach to the California WaterFix as compared to the petitioner's model of the California WaterFix?
Objection to the extent it's vague and really kind of compound. assumes facts not in evidence.
Mr. Miliband, let's just let Mr. Pfeiffer answer to the extent that he can so that we can get through this.
I would defer that question to MBK.
You would defer your own understanding of the differences between the petitioner's modeling and MBK's modeling?
Objection to I'm trying not to object, Madam Chair, but it seems to be misstating a bit of the testimony. If there's a clarifying question that Ms. Ainsley has, I welcome hearing that, and I'll try to reserve objections.
I'm just looking for his understanding.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not an expert on either the CalSIM or on modeling. He will defer those sort of questions to the expert witnesses upon which they are relying. Move on, Ms. Ainsley.
All right, I'd like to move next to Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson, can you confirm that you drafted the testimony marked as SWCA 19?
I developed and refined that testimony with assistance from water agency staff and council.
Thank you for anticipating her next question and moving things along.
Did Mr. Grinstead contribute to your testimony?
Yes.
And what sections or in what way did Mr. Grinstead contribute?
To the provision of documents and data to help fill in the blanks in terms of numbers and references to projects and projections and things like that.
And how about Mr. Williams, Mr. Forrest Williams? Did he also contribute?
Similarly, yes.
Similarly, in what way? Could you be specific?
The provision of information data to fill in blanks in terms of describing either operations or the nature of our system, projections on demand, et cetera. Again, similar nature.
And can we look at page 2? I guess it starts on line 21 of your testimony, SCWA 19. Do you have that there in front of you?
Yes.
And just to confirm, you do provide, let me flip to the back. You do provide an opinion as to whether there is potential injury from the California WaterFix to Sacramento County Water Agency's water rights?
I identified potential impacts from the WaterFix to our ability to utilize our water supplies.
And do your conclusions regarding potential injury rely on, or are they based on the technical analyses prepared by MBK engineers?
Yes.
As well as East Bay Municipal Utility District's Exhibit 152?
Yes.
And finally, as well as the groundwater analysis performed by Dr. Stephan Mell, which is SCWA 4?
Yes.
Did SCWA, aside from those technical analyses, did SCWA perform any independent technical analysis of injury to their water rights from the California WaterFix?
Did not.
Okay, then Mr. Williams, please.
Yes.
And you drafted the testimony marked as Exhibit SWCA 3?
In conjunction with SCWI staff and assistance from my attorney.
And what assistance did you receive from your attorney?
Basically, a review as to relevance of testimony provided.
Did anyone here on the panel today help you prepare your testimony?
Let's see. Nope.
On pages 2 to 3 of your testimony, which is SCWA 3,
Yes.
you state that your testimony relates to the testimonies of Eileen White.
Yes.
Can I raise a quick objection? Perhaps I was not clear enough in my questioning on direct with Mr. Williams. He's going to speak to reverse flow events and the reverse flow issue as it impacts Sacramento County Water Agency in the next panel. All I was really doing is trying to affirm that this was his testimony. We did indicate in the testimony that he did contribute to the development of Mr. Peterson's testimony, and that's why he's appearing on this panel. There will be plenty of opportunity to cross-examine him on the remainder of the testimony in the next panel.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Mr. Ferguson.
Okay. Let me just have a follow-up question then. No, I'll hold it for that panel.
Sorry if there was any confusion about that. Just trying to be efficient in the way we identified it.
That's fine. Can I have a minute? I think we have a series of just a couple questions we want to ask the entire board. Let me make sure.
Okay.
I apologize. Mr. Roscoe, I thought that I heard you testify earlier today, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that that pursuant to MBK's analysis, CBP supplies north of the Delta will change under the California WaterFix.
Objection misstates testimony. I don't believe Mr. Roscoe testified to that.
What specific question are you leading to, Ms. Ainsley?
We're just trying to confirm. We really wanted to know who had made that statement earlier.
Okay. Ms. Ainsley will repeat her question, and if that is not what you intended, you may say so.
I think I heard the question, and I don't recall saying that it will. My concern in my testimony, if I can recall what I said, was, in my opinion, Cal WaterFix has not presented an operations plan on how it's going to be operated and what the effects on Folsom Reservoir lake levels will be, which will affect our access to water supplies or stream flows in Lower American River. The modeling results show one thing, but they've testified that they won't necessarily operate to the modeling results. So we don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Roscoe.
Thank you. Could we ask the panel whether any of them made that opinion, who opined on that?
You may ask.
And so I'm just addressing this to the whole panel. The conclusion that MBK's analysis indicated that CBP supplies north of the Delta will change under the California WaterFix.
Did anyone recall making that assertion? Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Peterson. And what specific work of MBK did you review to support your statement that your CBP supply would decrease by 5%?
The MBK report.
Objection. That misstates the testimony.
Oh.
He didn't say his CVP supply would decrease by 5%.
CVP supplies in general, Mr. Peterson.
Correct.
Okay, do you want to look at the table? Can we see exhibit Sac Valley Water Users SVWU 108? And
Are
I
you
think
on the same line of questioning still for Mr. Peterson, Ms.
Yes, we're
Hanson?
just going to
Okay.
clear up quickly with Mr. Peterson, and then I believe we're probably done. So page 9, I believe, table 1. Okay, then let me ask the question. Are you familiar? One second. Mr. Peterson, Sacramento County Water Agency has a CVP contract, correct?
Correct.
And are you familiar with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation's policy of balancing supplies north and south of the Delta if regulation allows for conveyance south of the Delta?
I have an understanding that that's how the Bureau of Reclamation operates.
And isn't your CVP contract subject to USBR policies? And I mean United States Bureau of Reclamation, I apologize.
The
I want to raise an
agreement-
objection. That's vague. Can you be more specific about policies?
Mr. Peterson, is there not a term in the CVP contract that makes you subject to United States Bureau of Reclamation policies?
I'm going to object as vague and ambiguous because there's a lot of CVP water service contractors. There's a specific policy that's relevant here. There's an M&I shortage policy that Reclamation adopted last year. So when we say policies, it's vague and ambiguous as to what kind of policy.
Sure. How about the balancing policy? We'll just stick with that.
So
Mr. Peterson?
could you repeat your question then?
I believe my last question was, is your CVP contract have a term that expressly states that you are subject to the United States Bureau of Reclamation policies, which would here include the balancing policy?
I believe it does.
And isn't it true that the conclusion by MBK that you relied on in forming your conclusion about decreased CVP supply simply shows an application of the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation balancing policy?
It depicts a 2-year example reflecting the California WaterFix and the resultant change in flows and deliveries north of Delta and south of Delta.
So just for a clear record, that's a yes to my question?
Yes.
I think we're done with this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, I think. Ms. Morris, you're now passing on cross-examination. Ms. Aykroyd, accompanied by Mr. Williams. Ah, okay. And then we have Mr. Jackson next, right? Okay. Oh, before Ms. Aykroyd begin, let me just go ahead and confirm for the record that the other petitioner, Ms. Offenberg, does not have cross-examination. All right.
Thank you. Rebecca Aykroyd for San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority. I'd like to begin with a few questions for Mr. Pfeiffer. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Yes, you did, Ms. Aykroyd.
Thank you. First, the City of Sacramento is located upstream of the new points of diversion proposed in the California WaterFix change petition, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. And I believe you testified today and in your written testimony that the risk of injury to City of Sacramento's water supply from WaterFix project is in part due to decreased reliability of water supply. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, outside of the WaterFix context, do you recall that the City of Sacramento recently certified the level of available water supplies it would have assuming 3 additional dry years as part of a 3-year stress test requested by the State Water Board?
We did, and that assumes that a particular hydrological pattern would reoccur from 2017 to 2019, I believe. And I'll also add that is in the time frame well before California WaterFix would be constructed.
I understand that. Thank you. The certification that you just discussed, in addition to being based on the specific hydrologic time period you just referenced, that certification was based on then current supply and demand considerations, based on existing criteria in your contracts and water rights. Is that correct?
Objection. Relevance, given Mr. Pfeiffer's testimony that the certification relates to the next 3 years and his understanding is operational, WaterFix would not occur for at least another 10 years.
I believe my question was on a slightly different point as opposed to the hydrology, but rather was the certification based on the existing criteria or current supply and demand considerations of the City of Sacramento?
Same objection.
Overruled. Please answer.
Could you repeat that question, please?
Sure. That certification was based on then current supply and demand considerations based on existing criteria in contracts and water rights for the City of Sacramento. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Now I'd like to ask similar line of questions for Mr. Peterson. Will all sound very familiar.
Yes.
Sacramento County Water Agency is located upstream of the new points of diversion proposed in the California WaterFix change petition, correct?
The Freeport intake is, yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Peterson, in your testimony, I believe you also discussed the risk of injury to Sacramento County Water Agency's water supply, including from reduced storage in Folsom Reservoir, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall that Sacramento County Water Agency recently certified the level of available water supplies it would have, assuming 3 additional dry years, as part of a 3-year stress test as requested by the State Water Board?
I recall the self-certification process involved looking at existing, the current demand and supplies and projecting out 3 years of similar hydrologic conditions.
Thank you for anticipating my questions. To make sure for completeness, the representation, in addition to being based on existing supply and demand, was also based on existing criteria in Sacramento County Water Agency's contracts and water rights, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Mr. Nugent?
Yes.
Carmichael Water District is located upstream of the new points of diversion proposed in the WaterFix change petition, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And do you also recall that Carmichael Water District recently certified the level of available water supplies it would have, assuming 3 additional dry years as part of a 3-year stress test?
Yes.
And as part of that self-certification, Carmichael Water District represented that it would have at least a 3-year water supply under extended drought conditions, correct?
Yes.
And that representation was based on existing criteria in its water rights, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Finally, Mr. Roscoe. Sacramento Suburban Water District is located upstream of the new points of diversion proposed in the WaterFix change petition, correct?
Correct.
And do you also recall that Sacramento Suburban Water District recently certified the level of available water supplies it would have as part of a 3-year stress test certification?
We did that certification, yes.
And as part of that certification, Sacramento Suburban Water District represented it would have at least a 3-year water supply under extended drought conditions, correct?
A vague objection, vague and ambiguous, extended drought and relevance. I don't know where we're going with this being a WaterFix proceeding.
It's the same questions she's been asking.
And I can explain the relevance again, but...
No. Mr. Roscoe?
Yeah, Sacramento Suburban, as I explained in my testimony, relies heavily on a conjunctive use system. And in dry times, we are perfectly capable of serving 100% of our customers with groundwater. We will have concerns trying to comply with the new Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, potentially, if we don't have similar access to surface water supplies as we do now. I concur with Mr. Pfeiffer. The certification is done for a specific 3-year period, and Cal WaterFix has no hope of being online until long after that 3-year period. So Cal WaterFix, no Cal WaterFix did not affect our certification of our water supplies in the 3-year stress test that we performed.
Thank you. And perhaps I can be a bit more direct in what I'm trying to get at with this question. I'm trying to understand that in making the certification, the certification was based on existing criteria in the water rights held by the district.
The district holds no water rights. We contract with others for water rights.
Sorry, based on the current water supply circumstances for the district.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson? Let me check to confirm there are no other cross-examination of this panel. All right.
My name is Michael Jackson. I'm here representing the California Sports Fishing Protection Alliance, the California Water Impact Network, and Aqua Alliance, generally environmental groups. I've got a number of questions for each of you. First of all, is there anyone representing an agency here that is not in the American River drainage? So everyone here is in the American River drainage. Is there anyone here that is not reliant, either through their water rights or through contracts with others, that are dependent upon, for their surface water, on the American River and the Bureau's Folsom project?
Can I ask Mr. Jackson to repeat that question?
Certainly.
Mr. Jackson?
Is there anyone here who is not reliant either through their water rights or through a contract with another party holding water rights from Folsom Reservoir? So I assume that you're all dependent upon the watershed of the American River and sort of the big diversion in the middle of it, Folsom, for your surface water.
Mr. Roscoe?
Yeah, in Sacramento Suburban's case, we rely on Placer County Water Agency water rights and the City of Sacramento water rights. We do have a contract with Bureau of Reclamation because our PCWA water touches the lake, and there's a Warren Act contract involved. But we are not reliant on CBP supplies. We are reliant on how the Bureau operates the lake for lake levels and not exposing the M&I intake, and for their releases at Nimbus to maintain flows in the lower American River.
Mr. Roscoe just eliminated my next question, but I would like to, yes, sir.
The City of Sacramento is reliant on the American River Basin and the Sacramento River watershed too.
All right. Now that's two questions that have just been answered that were going to be next. The city of Sacramento is the only one that has partial reliance on the Sacramento watershed. Is that correct?
Just for clarification, is Mr. Jackson asking as it relates to the agencies represented on this panel or more broadly?
For the agencies represented on the panel.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to clarify, to the extent we get water from the city of Sacramento, and the city of Sacramento is reliant on both rivers, that depending on the circumstances, there's an opportunity for that to extend to Suburban.
In this regard, and I'm going to use the example that was brought up by Zone 40, which I believe is the Sacramento County Water Agency.
That's correct.
And Mr. Peterson, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Peterson, you indicated that in compliance with planning rules of the state of California, you have adopted a plan that goes for development of the area. I guess it would be the southwest portion of Sacramento County for future development. Is that correct?
Our planning is based on the land use plans in that area from the jurisdictions.
Does that plan rely on both on surface water in any way?
Our long-term demand providing that is based on conjunctive use, both surface and groundwater.
And is that from both the American River and the Sacramento River?
From the American River?
Oh, the American River only?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the concept of area of origin?
In general, yes.
And how do you understand the area of origin?
In terms of area of origin rights and ability to take water
from
that source. I mean, in general, that's what I take. Is there anything specific?
Well, are you relying on, for your future water supply, on the concept of area of origin for your growth?
Well, we have 2 contracts for CVP water and an appropriative right, and those are our in the long term. Those are our surface water supplies.
If you did not have surface water by the end of your time period, which I think you said was 2050, for the, I guess it was an additional 300,000 people? Is that approximately?
Approximately.
Would you then rely on your area of origin right to expand your water supply for future growth?
I'm going to object as to relevance.
I'm actually interested in that. Mr. Peterson, can you answer?
I can't speak to what we might do in a future situation as you've described. What we are doing and how we plan now is based on the surface water that I spoke to earlier.
From Folsom Reservoir. Correct. And
correct.
Right. So you talked about a conjunctive use project in the area of, I guess it was Zone 40?
Zone 40.
How exactly does that work?
Well, the intent of conjunctive use is to balance surface water, and groundwater supplies, depending on their availability. So in wet years, for example, relying more so on surface water, and in dry years when surface water may not be available, depending more on groundwater. And there's a balance that you seek to best manage both so that neither are severely impacted.
In your review of the California WaterFix, did you come to the conclusion that the California WaterFix was also going to rely on the wet years and above normal years for additional diversion down below you for out-of-basin transfers?
My understanding, repeat the question again. Is this?
Was it your understanding in reviewing the material on the California WaterFix that the California WaterFix was designed to increase exports in the same period you're relying on surface flows, which is the wetter years?
I can't specifically say that I'm, recalling that, but I understand in general that the WaterFix is seeking to deliver more water south of the Delta.
In regard to Zone 40, is Zone 40 located within the legal delta?
I believe a portion of Zone 40 touches the legal boundary defined for the Delta.
Do you, so let's step to the next series of questions. Are you familiar with the California WaterFix environmental documents that talk about adaptive management?
In general, it would be, it was a pretty lengthy document.
Do you have an idea of how adaptive management of the California WaterFix will affect your water rights in the future, say at the time of 2050?
I don't have a specific understanding of that.
Is that one of the things that you are considering as you take a look at how the project is going to be operated in the future?
Objection vague. He referenced things. I'm not sure what he's referring to.
Adaptive management, I believe is what he's referring to. Have you given any consideration, Mr. Peterson, to the issue of adaptive management of the WaterFix by petitioners?
To the degree that adaptive management establishes how the project is operated, and to the degree that that impacts our ability to access water, that is our concern.
Would it make it clearer for you if the adaptive management program was spelled out that would determine the operation for the next, well, until 2050, let's say?
I think clarity on how operations is of the WaterFix is something that we've all expressed concern about, that it is not clearly explained.
Did you find that explanation in your review of the petition on file here?
The modeling that was done indicated that there was not clarity on how the project would be operated. The modeling, the review that was done.
Okay, now calling your attention, and I don't mean to be beating up on you individually, but you talked about Zone 40 and future growth. Can you determine from the California WaterFix documents how much water is going to be available for you to recharge groundwater in dry years?
Objection assumes facts, not in evidence. I don't think Mr. Peterson spoke about a recharge program.
Then Mr. Peterson may answer that he does not know.
I do not know.
If more water is taken out of the American River drainage to move south, and this is a hypothetical, are you worried about the effect it would have on your ability to accommodate future growth in your district?
Our concern with restricted access to our surface water would be relevant to meeting our demand, whether existing or future, depending on conditions.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jack, is that whispering absolutely necessary? Thank you. Please continue, Mr. Jackson. I was being distracted there.
I think I'll move to Mr. Roscoe at this point. You described in your direct testimony a contaminant plume that is moving down gradient toward your water supply?
Yeah, down the ground, in the groundwater. It's moved under the river, and it's moving down gradient in the groundwater gradient, not a surface water gradient.
Is it important to have fresh water to mix with that plume of contaminants in order to arrest the problem?
Our concern isn't blending. A lot of our wells deliver water directly to the distribution system, so there isn't a blending opportunity. Our concern is being able to stabilize the groundwater table so we're not accelerating the rate of contaminant transport, and allowing those responsible to clean it up a greater opportunity to get it cleaned up before it impacts us.
And you use the word stabilize the situation. What mechanisms do you have to stabilize the system or the contaminants that you're talking about?
My testimony showed a long-term history of groundwater drawdown, and our conjunctive use programs combined with the activities of other groundwater pumpers in the basin have done a fabulous job of arresting that groundwater table. We're actually recovering groundwater levels, and we haven't seen the long-term decline that was going on for years since we started our conjunctive use activities.
If I could make a suggestion, if we're talking about Mr. Roscoe's testimony, we might want to pull up his summary slides. So
Let's wait and see how much further Mr. Jackson has.
The summary slide would be fine, and then I think it'll go faster that way.
Okay.
So that's exhibit SSWD3. And I believe the contaminant plume is page 6, slide 6.
Thank you, sir. How long has this contaminant area been a problem for Sac Suburban? And yeah, for Sac Suburban.
We first were concerned about this when it was discovered on the north side of the American River in the Fair Oaks area. It's that further east tongue that comes under the river into the community of Fair Oaks. And when the plume was discovered on that side of the river, it became evident to us that the groundwater modeling used by those involved in the contaminant cleanup were not very accurate. Their modeling had shown that the river would be a boundary. And that was, you asked me when and
yes,
how
sir.
long. I'm going to hazard a rough estimate of 20 years.
During that 20-year period, have you used extra surface water supplies to help you with the problem?
Yeah, well, my testimony actually gave numbers, and I actually had to correct my testimony in Sac Suburban 1 to clarify that some of that surface water we got was actually Bureau of Reclamation Section 215 water. So yes, we've used a lot of surface water.
And Bureau of Reclamation 215 water, how does that differ from your regular water
It is
supply?
only available, we don't have a contract for the Bureau to ensure that we have access to 215 water. It's water that is made intermittently available as the Bureau is spilling water and is excess to any CVP need. And they're basically drawing down the reservoir for flood control purposes.
So it is the flood control water that,
Water, yeah.
that you have a use for in order to arrest the contamination?
No, we only have access to Section 215 water very intermittently when the Bureau's doing that. The Bureau tries very hard to operate the system so they don't spill water. But that's not always possible for them. The water we rely on long-term for our conjunctive use activity is a contract with Placer County Water Agency for Middle Fork Water Project supplies and a contract with the City of Sacramento for their Area D water rights supplies.
So if there were less water in Folsom Reservoir, that could have some effect on your contamination problem, arresting your contamination problem?
The water surface elevation in Folsom has an ability to affect us if the water levels are drawn down to the point where they affect the capacities of San Juan Water District to access that water, our Middle Fork Project water, and if it draws down to the point where San Juan can't get enough of their own water, we're the first people San Juan shuts off if they're unable to or they have concerns about meeting their water supply obligations within their wholesale district boundaries. I will add, I guess, if I can go on.
You can, as far as I'm concerned, sir.
Let's see what he has to say first.
Yeah, the operation that the Bureau has also affects releases at Nimbus Dam, and that has the potential to affect our access to Area D water supplies for our conjunctive use activities in the south side of our service area.
Thank you, sir. Back to Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson, you indicated that you're also in the Sacramento drainage, that some of your water supply comes from that stream?
I don't think I indicated that.
Oh, you didn't. Does the water from Freeport come down the Sacramento River?
The water from Freeport is...
The water for Freeport?
Freeport is the American River water.
All right.
We take it off the Sacramento River.
To your knowledge, is there any other source for surface water available to your agency and as interlinked as you are, probably everybody's agency, other than the American River?
We can get some water from the city of Sacramento for a limited portion of our service area.
All right. Are there any other streams within that area that you can get surface water from that are not connected to the American River?
There are a number of streams in the area, but nothing where we can take surface water.
So you're limited to the for supplies now and in the future to the American River drainage?
details of what we're relying on.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson, for that not boring cross-examination. Any redirect, gentlemen?
Not for me, thank you.
Mr. Becerra?
Yeah, I have very brief redirect for Mr. Roscoe.
Okay, and Mr. Ferguson?
Nope. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Becerra.
Thank you. Could we please pull up Exhibit SSWD 14, please? Thank you very much. Mr. Roscoe, do you understand this exhibit to be pages from the draft environmental impact report and draft environmental impact statement prepared by Department of Water Resources and the Bureau of Reclamation for what was then known as the Bay Delta Conservation Plan?
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't bring this exhibit with me. That was provided to me by council, and that's pretty clearly stated at the bottom of the page.
And so your understanding is that this information was prepared by Department of Water Resources and the Bureau of Reclamation?
Yes, and further it says it's an excerpt from State Water Resources Control Board Exhibit 4.
Okay, could we please move to page 4 of this exhibit? And if we could scroll down to the bottom of page 4. Each page of this contains a table reflecting changes in nimbus flows, this being an example, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
To the best of your understanding, has the Department of Water Resources produced any other information regarding the potential effects of California WaterFix on American river flows at Nimbus?
I'm not aware of any.
Thank you very much.
Any recross of Mr. Roscoe? Department? Ms. Aykroyd? Mr. Jackson? All right, thank you. That concludes this panel's testimony. We will take our lunch break, resume at 1:15 with the combined panel of Group 7 and 15 on reverse flows. Mr. Becerra?
Yeah, just one brief procedural matter. We discussed, I believe day before yesterday, the timing of admitting Group 7's exhibits. I had forgotten that one of Group 7's witnesses will be testifying tomorrow.
Yes, Mr. Orm.
What we'd like to do is propose to submit the exhibits via a writing by close of business next Wednesday.
All right, we will allow you that time.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, everyone. It's 1:15. We are resuming, and before we proceed with the next direct, we have to do another schedule check-in. According to at least my notes, we are now looking at group 7 and 15, the joint panel there. And then following that, if we get through this panel today, we will then look at group number 9. If not, then we will finish up this panel tomorrow morning, followed by the remaining witness for group 7, panel 4, Mr. Orm. And then we will continue down our list of order. Number 9, North Delta Water Agencies. Number 10, with the exception of City of Brentwood, because they are presenting on November 3rd. Likewise, Sac Regional County SAN, Group 13, is presenting on November 3rd. So that means we may get to 15, the EB Mud only panel tomorrow. I expect them to be here. And we may also get to Group 17, the San Joaquin River Exchange Contractors Water Authority, and having not heard from them by noon, I expect them to be here as well if they are called. That leads me to Group 19 and 20. Ms. Meserve, I don't see you in the audience, but hopefully you are listening or someone will be conveying this message to you. I expect you here in the morning in order to discuss your direct and presenting of your case in chief. We did receive various emails from Ms. Meserve, Mr. Brodsky, and others with a list of witnesses and the dates that they are not available. It is not helpful. If I knew how to direct you to be more helpful, I would say so, but this is a very complicated process, and I need all the attorneys to take a more active role in simply not telling us when your witnesses will not be available, but actually trying to develop solutions, trying to work with each other and to arrange some sort of schedule, moving the order around to accommodate your witnesses' availability. It is not, the onus is not on us to try to accommodate your witnesses' availability. By simply sending us a list of dates and who's not available does not relieve you of your responsibility to ensure that your witnesses are available to present your case in chief. I cannot make it any more stronger than that. I also, unfortunately, cannot give you any clearer instructions than that because we're sort of trying to manage this as we go along. I guess this is called real-time management of the hearing process. So I think we have things pretty much worked out for this week, with the exception of Ms. Meserve and group number 19 and 20. So Ms. Meserve, somebody let her know she needs to be here tomorrow to discuss scheduling. Also, who is group 21? Group 21 is Central Delta, Mr. Herrick, who has been very diligent in attending, and I know that he also has a list of unavailability. So, Mr. Herrick, I expect you here tomorrow as well. And since we're looking ahead, well, next week actually is a short week. We only have 2 days. So I think with Ms. Meserve and Mr. Herrick, and Thursday is already taken up by Brentwood and Sac Regional. I think we just have Mr. Herrick and Ms. Meserve here. We can work on scheduling at least for next week and presumably the first part of the following week. Actually, no, the following week we are only meeting 1 day.
That's right. And just a point of clarification, I don't know that you intended to indicate that all of Thursday would be taken up with
No.
City of Brentwood and what was the other party?
That's correct. But I would guess at least half a day. Okay.
Sac Regional SAN.
Mr. Berliner.
Just trying to be helpful.
Please.
We are totally available if parties want to contact the department, and I'm sure that the Bureau will make themselves available for conference calls to do scheduling. Basically, outside of the hearing time, we're available. So we can do it in the evening, whenever would suit people. If they would get a hold of us, we'd be happy to arrange scheduling conference outside the board's time, or if board staff wants to join in to assist, we'd be happy to have them.
Thank you, Mr. Berliner. I think I'm encouraging, and I appreciate that offer from the department. I'm looking more towards the attorneys for the parties that will be presenting cases in chief, as you are monitoring, which you better be monitoring, the progress of this hearing, and anticipate that that you may be called for your case in chief when you are not yet prepared, or where if your witnesses are not available. The onus is on you to contact the other parties to see if there's a possibility for them to switch dates with you to arrange some kind of solution that is mutually beneficial to you all. We are not going to take up the responsibility of doing that. We are, and before Ms. Meserve throws due process at me again, due process is that we are providing this hearing, we are making ourselves available, we're making petitioners available in order to provide the forum for you to present your case in chief. However, it does not mean that we try to accommodate everyone's individual schedule in order to be here. We will do our best, but we are not going to, well, I think I've said enough on this aspect.
Just one point, because we actually do have a due process issue. We need to know when the other parties want to come, and we need to know in advance, because we have our own cross-examination to be ready for. So if we're not given at least 3 days heads up, which is why we're available 7 days a week for this, if we don't have 3 days heads up, we're assuming we're going in the order that's on the list.
And so you should.
Yes, that's our assumption at this point. So
And
if
if
parties
there are
want to
no-
change, which we're amenable to accommodating, we need to know.
Yep. All right. Challenging set of circumstances. Mr. Jackson, do you have any sage words?
Did that mean that if I could work out something?
My preference is, rather than telling us what cannot be done, you propose what can be done. Give me a solution. Give me a proposal, rather than saying, we're not available, or worst case, I will not point out who did this, but a 2-page list of individual witnesses' name and individual times that they're not available. That does not help. I would prefer, Mr. Jackson, if you can work with the petitioners, you can work with other parties, and come back to me with a proposal, all my witnesses will be available on this date. Or half my witnesses will be on this date and the other half on this date. However you work it out, but bring me a solution, not just tell me when your witnesses are not available. Okay. We'll struggle through this together. Okay. With that, Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Salmon, you are up. Do you have an opening statement, or shall I administer the oath now?
Good afternoon. I do have a brief opening statement. Before you administer the oath, I have a question. We have a pending request for additional time for certain witnesses on this panel. At the time we submitted our case in chief on August 31st, we requested 90 minutes of direct examination for this panel. We could do with a little bit less, but Dr. Bray in particular, I would like to request 35 minutes for his direct examination, if that's okay.
As you know, it's the quality, not the quantity, that counts. So we will see how well Mr. Bray present his testimony. Chair Marcus is curious about your tie. And that ends the socializing for this afternoon. With that, will the witnesses, with the exception of Mr. Williams, who has already taken the oath, please rise and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth? If so, answer yes, I do. Thank you. You may be seated, and you may begin, Mr. Salmon.
Thank you. My name is Jonathan Salmon. I am attorney for East Bay Mud. To my right is Aaron Ferguson, attorney for Sacramento County Water Agency. We're here this afternoon to present a joint panel on the issue of WaterFix project impacts to these two parties' joint Freeport Regional Water Project diversion facility. The witnesses will show how East Bay Mud and Sacramento County Water Agency's water supply and their water operations will be injured if the WaterFix project is approved in the form currently proposed. East Bay Mud intends to call the first witness on this panel, Ms. Eileen White. Ms. White is East Bay Mud's Operation and Maintenance Department Manager, and she is the Chief Operator of East Bay Mud's water system. She will summarize East Bay Mud's water supply and water transmission facilities. She will describe how East Bay Mud operates the Freeport project and how water diverted at Freeport fits into East Bay Mud's overall water supply. Ms. White will explain why significant reverse flow events require shutdowns at the Freeport project intake in order to prevent treated wastewater from entering the drinking water supply. She will describe the operational impacts to East Bay Mud should the WaterFix project cause additional significant reverse flow events. Ms. White will also testify to the operational and water supply consequences should the WaterFix project disrupt the McCollum aqueducts. Further testimony will be provided on that issue in a subsequent panel. Ms. White will conclude by finding that the impacts of the WaterFix project include jeopardizing the quality and quantity of East Bay Mud's water supplies and putting health and safety of East Bay Mud's customers and the environment at risk. Then Mr. Ferguson will call Forrest Williams, Mr. Forrest Williams for Sacramento County Water Agency. And similarly to Ms. White, he will testify to the operational impacts for Sacramento County Water Agency in the event the WaterFix project is approved as proposed. Finally, East Bay Mud will present the testimony of Dr. Benjamin Bray. Dr. Bray will present the results of his review and analysis of the CalSim-2 and DSM-2 modeling performed by petitioners to support their case for this hearing. Dr. Bray will explain why his modeling analysis shows that the WaterFix project will increase the likelihood of additional significant reverse flow events at times at the Freeport project diversion, and that these events are severe enough to require the intake to shut down. He will explain that the WaterFix project increases operational flexibility for petitioners' existing water projects, and that the new flexibility will enable petitioners to shift the timing of the north to south movement of water throughout the year more than is currently possible. Dr. Bray will explain how petitioners' own modeling demonstrates that the shifted timing of water exports will periodically result in incrementally lower flows in the Sacramento River past Freeport. Dr. Bray will explain that the periods of lower flows will increase the influence of reverse flows at Freeport, which in turn will result in more shutdowns of the Freeport project intake at those times. Dr. Bray concludes that the WaterFix project, as currently proposed, is insufficiently protective of the Freeport project. With that, East Bay Mud would like to call its first witness, Ms. Eileen White. Ms. White, please state your name for the record.
Eileen White.
And did you take the oath today?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to ask you to authenticate a series of exhibits that East Bay Mud has lodged for this hearing. First, Exhibit East Bay Mud 126 an accurate statement of your qualifications?
Yes, it is.
Is Exhibit East Bay Mud 100 a true and correct copy of the summary of your testimony for this hearing?
Yes, it is.
Is East Bay Mud 151 a true and correct copy of your written testimony submitted for this hearing?
Yes.
Is East Bay Mud 179 a true and correct copy of the currently operative contract for Central Valley Project water between East Bay Mud and the United States Bureau of Reclamation?
Yes.
Finally, is East Bay Mud 180 a true and correct copy of the currently operative Coordinated Operations Agreement between East Bay Mud and the Sacramento County Regional Sanitation District?
Yes.
Thank you. Please display the PowerPoint version of Exhibit East Bay Mud 100. Thank you. And Ms. White, please summarize your testimony.
Sure. Well, as the chief operator for East Bay Mud's extensive water transmission and distribution system, I'm responsible for balancing various competing operating goals and objectives, including delivering high-quality water to East Bay Mud's 1.4 million customers, meeting obligations to downstream water users, managing releases and temperatures for fisheries, managing operations for downstream flood control requirements, as required by the Corps of Engineers, maintaining sufficient carryover storage for droughts, outages, and emergencies, and planning and adaptively managing to provide hydropower benefits consistent with all other project objectives and obligations. East Bay Mud's facilities on the McCallamy River include two reservoirs, Pardee and Comanche reservoirs. East Bay Mud's McCallamy aqueducts deliver the water from the Sierra foothills to the East Bay. East Bay Mud operates the McCallamy River facilities in a coordinated and integrated manner as a single unified McCallamy River project. East Bay Mud has been planning and investing millions of dollars for decades to be able to manage during droughts. During times of drought, East Bay Mud relies on conservation, recycling, and supplemental supply from the Sacramento to meet all its needs. East Bay Mud operates Pardee and Comanche reservoirs in tandem to meet all its multiple objectives, including making sure the water we provide to all 1.4 million customers meets all state and federal regulation. We also make sure we operate Pardee and Comanche together for stream flow regulation, flood control, fishery requirements, and to meet all the obligations to downstream users on the river. East Bay Mud's McCallamy River watershed is comprised of 577 square miles of protected watershed. The snowmelt and runoff from this watershed provides over 90% of the water to East Bay Mud's 1.4 million customers. Our water rights and permits with the State Water Resources Control Board's supplies allows us to take up to 325 million gallons of water daily from the McCallamy watershed. The water travels from Pardee Reservoir through one of the three McCallamy aqueducts down to the East Bay. These aqueducts are our critical lifelines for bringing over 90% of our water to our customers in the East Bay. Despite East Bay Mud's significant investments in water conservation and recycling programs, East Bay Mud's McCallamy supply is not sufficient to provide reliable water supply during dry periods without resulting in substantial hardship on its customers. And we saw that in this most recent drought. To address this shortfall, East Bay Mud executed a water service contract with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation in 1970 for up to 150,000 acre-feet of water per year of CBP water from the American River delivered via the Folsom South Canal. However, a lawsuit filed in 1972 challenging East Bay Mud's right to receive American River water through the Bureau's Folsom South Canal delayed construction of the necessary facilities for nearly 2 decades. The litigation was resolved in 1990 when the court affirmed East Bay Mud's right to receive American River water from the Folsom South Canal, while limiting diversions to strictly dry years to protect fishery resources. East Bay Mud, the Bureau of Reclamation, and Sacramento County Water Agency ultimately agreed to divert water from the Sacramento River near Freeport. On February 14th, Valentine's Day 2002, East Bay Mud and Sac County Water Agency formed the Freeport Regional Water Authority. In 2006, East Bay Mud executed its current long-term renewal contract with the Bureau of Reclamation for its CVP water. It allows East Bay Mud to take its CVP supply only in dry years. We have an annual maximum delivery of 133,000 acre-feet in any given single dry year, and we can take no more than 165,000 acre-feet in 3 consecutive dry years. The Freeport project, with its intake located on the Sacramento River, is used by Sac County Water Agency and East Bay Mud to divert surface water from the Sacramento River through the Freeport project intake and associated facilities. The Freeport project facilities were completed in November 2011, just before the state of California entered into its driest 4-year period in the history of the state. This was the first new source of water for East Bay Mud since the completion of Comanche and Briones Reservoir in 1964. The total project cost to plan, design, and construct the Freeport Regional Water Project facilities was $922 million. East Bay Mud ratepayers funded $483 million of the cost. The Freeport project is a critical element in East Bay Mud's water supply. During normal years, about 90% of our water originates on the McCallamy watershed, but the average local supply in dry years is generally zero. As we saw in 2014 and 2015, the Freeport facilities are critical to East Bay Mud in managing its operations during droughts. East Bay Mud expects to use Freeport facilities 3 out of every 10 years. The Freeport project facilities divert Sacramento River water and convey it to East Bay Mud and Sac County Water Agency service areas through joint facilities owned by Freewa and East Bay Mud. And then East Bay Mud independently owns and operates facilities downstream of the Freeport intake that routes the water to the McCallamy aqueducts. The jointly owned and operated intake and pumping station located at the Freeport intake can divert up to 185 million gallons per day. From there, it travels through a 13-mile, 84-inch diameter joint pipeline that extends from the intake to the bifurcation area. At the bifurcation area, the water can be routed north to Sac County Water Agency's Vineyard Water Treatment Plant, or it can be continued diverted to East Bay Mud's facilities downstream. East Bay Mud can route up to 100 million gallons per day from the joint pipeline through the Gerber pipeline, which is a 4-mile pipeline. From there, it flows into the Folsom South Canal, which is owned and operated by the Bureau of Reclamation. At the end of the canal, there's the Clay Station raw water pumping plant that East Bay Mud constructed in November of 2011, which pumps the water out of the canal. Then it travels another 19 miles through another pipeline before it's pumped up and gets to the correct elevation before it flows into the Brant flow splitting facility where it joins the McCallamy aqueducts. In this next slide, I'd like to take you on the journey of the water as it flows from the Sacramento River to the East Bay. The blue star on the map is the Freeport intake. From there, the water travels, and where this little star is on the graph is where the bifurcation is. But here it's now made its journey, and next it's going to go into the Folsom South Canal, travel another 14 miles. Then it's pumped out of the canal, travels another 19 miles, pumped up so it's at the correct elevation and pressure, so that it can flow by gravity down into the East Bay. It will flow, the star in the north is our San Pablo Reservoir, and the one in the lower left-hand corner is our Upper San Leandro Reservoir. It has to be pumped to the Upper San Leandro Reservoir. As you can see, this is a very complex operation. It requires multiple pumps pumping in series from the pump at the Freeport intake, the Clay Station pumping plant that pumps it out of the Folsom South Canal, the Comanche pumping plant that pumps it up to the McCallamy aqueducts, and then if it's flowing down into Upper San Leandro Reservoir, it's got to be pumped through the Moraga pumps. Well, we had an opportunity to use these facilities in 2014 and 2015. And I'd like to describe a little bit about how we use these and how they were critical to our operations during these years. In 2014, East Bay Mud diverted 22,000 acre-feet from the Sacramento River to the East Bay. It was critical to our operations to manage through the dry 2014 year. Although our customers were doing an outstanding job conserving water, it would not have been enough without this supplemental supply. As the drought worsened in 2015 and our projected end of September storage dropped to even critical levels, we took 58,000 acre-feet of water from the Sacramento River to the East Bay. It provided 1/3 of our water to our customers in the East Bay. We not only pumped 90 MGD from the Sacramento River to the East Bay from April 15th through December 21st. We pumped it and we took it into both San Pablo and Upper San Leandro Reservoir. We also brought it into Briones Reservoir. We brought it directly into inline treatment plants. It was critical for us to do this, to be able to meet all our obligations for fishery on the McCallamy River, to be able to keep water in storage in Pardee and Comanche so we could manage the cold water pool for fisheries. This allowed us to deliver the Sacramento River water to our customers in the East Bay and still meet all our obligations on the river. I want to note that in 2015, we completed our deliveries that we began on April 15th on December 21st. We only had 10 days left to complete the delivery of water. So had things happened during our operations that impacted and caused us to shut down, we may not have been able to deliver all the water to the East Bay. Now that I've described East Bay Mud's complex water system, next I will describe the potential operational impacts should operation of the WaterFix project's proposed new points of diversion cause low or reverse flows on the Sacramento River near the Freeport project intake, or should the construction or operation of the twin tunnels damage any of East Bay Mud's facilities. So first I want to talk about some of the operational issues. If reverse flows occur, there are impacts to East Bay Mud's water operations. Operational changes may involve full or partial shutdown, each of which requires an extensive coordinated effort to complete and then to resume services while maintaining compliance with East Bay Mud's various agreements with third parties and its permit obligations. In the event of a full shutdown due to the integrated nature of the system and the need to coordinate with other entities, water cannot resume flow through the entire system to Upper San Leandro Reservoir for at least 48 hours due to PG&E requirements to restart the Moraga water pumping plant. Also, when we have to do shutdowns, it causes us to shut down our chemical feeds and then they have to be restarted. And you risk problems when you do that. We also have to coordinate with other agencies. East Bay Mud operates the Freeport intake with Sac County Water Agency. So if we're going to shut down, we need to coordinate our startup with Sac County. We also must coordinate with the Bureau of Reclamation. As you saw in the slide where the water flows to the East Bay, it travels 14 miles through the Folsom South Canal, which is owned and operated by the Bureau of Reclamation. The Folsom South Canal must be operated with a daily maximum deviation of 1 foot per day. So we must coordinate any shutdown with the Bureau of Reclamation. And as I mentioned, it's time to resume full service. It's not like a light switch that you turn off and you turn back on. It's much more complicated than that. So in short, we're very concerned about the impact of our ability to deliver water to the East Bay should the California WaterFix project impact our operations. The Freeport project intake location at mile 47.1 on the Sacramento River was chosen for its deep water, available land, and desirable location downstream from the confluence with American River and upstream of Regional Sands Discharge Facility. In the event of tidally influenced low or reverse river flow, the Freeport project intake can be impacted by downstream wastewater treatment plant discharges at Sacramento River, mile 46. To prevent diversion of these discharges and avoid water quality impacts, Freeway entered into a coordinated operations agreement with Sac County Regional Sanitation District. The Freeport project will automatically shut off when treated effluent from Regional San's discharge facility travels 0.9 miles upstream. To protect against potential discharges, operating requirements are incorporated into the Freeport Regional Water Association control strategies. They are also incorporated into East Bay MUD's water supply permit with the State Water Resources Control Board, Division of Drinking Water, to protect public health. In compliance with East Bay MUD and Sac County's domestic water supply permit and the coordinated operation agreements with Regional SAN, the Freeport project facilities will not divert Sacramento River water when treated effluent from the Sacramento Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant may be present in the river at a dilution rate exceeding 0.1%. The Freeport project control system calculates the particle position in the river based on the velocity and will automatically shut down the pumps. The Freeport project intake can only resume pumping after the particle has returned 0.7 miles upstream of the flow sensor located between the Freeport project intake and the wastewater treatment plant. As you can see, reverse flows on the Sacramento River create particular challenges during operations of the Freeport project. A complete shutdown of all of East Bay MUD's pumps from the Freeport project intake results in a negative cascading impacts on the Freeport project's connection with the Folsom South Canal, the McCallamy Aqueducts, the pumping plants that pump to Upper San Leandro Reservoir, Briones Reservoir, and the Moraga pumping plant. Because the Freeport project and the McCallamy Aqueducts are part of an integrated system, a shutdown of the entire system requires restarting the various pumps and chemical feeds along the line in a series. The necessary volume of water must travel through the system to each of the pumping stations before those pumps can be activated. An increase in reverse flows could impact East Bay MUD's ability to deliver water from the Sacramento River to the East Bay. In 2015, we completed the delivery of 58,000 acre-feet of water to the East Bay on December 21st. If we had had a significant increase in the number of reverse flows, we would not have been able to complete the delivery of the water to the East Bay by the December 31st deadline. The Freeport project facilities we have come up with to avoid complete shutdowns, we have developed an operating procedure when we have short duration shutdowns. Now, this only works when we have brief reverse flow events. We can still shut down the intake as required by a permit from the State Division of Drinking Water, and we can continue to operate by reducing the flows on the pumps downstream. But this only works for short duration shutdowns. The Freeport project facilities are not yet used to their full capacity. Currently, East Bay MUD can make up for the loss of water from reverse flow events. For example, in 2014, when we took 22,000 acre-feet from the Sacramento River to the East Bay, we took that delivery from April through July. When we had reverse flow events, we'd shut down and we'd have to restart. And it was okay because we completed our delivery in July, so we had more time to take the water. But in 2015, when we were operating from April through December 21st, we saw that we had less of a window to make up for that lost time. East Bay MUD and Sac County anticipate using the Freeport project facilities more over time. Reduction in downtime will limit our ability to recover water loss due to reverse flow events on the Sacramento River. Should the WaterFix project cause an increase in the frequency or duration of reverse flow events, East Bay MUD's ability to deliver high-quality water to its customers and meet all its operational objectives would be substantially compromised. Physical damage to East Bay MUD's McCallamy aqueducts caused by the construction and or operation of the WaterFix could be catastrophic to our operations. Since the proposed twin tunnels intersect with the McCalmy aqueducts in the Delta region, downstream from the point where the Freeport project joins the McCalmy aqueducts, any potential damage to the McCalmy aqueducts caused by the WaterFix project would cut off East Bay Mud's water supply from both the McCalmy and Sacramento rivers. East Bay Mud normally retains 6 months of local supply in our terminal local reservoirs. But once those run out, and if the aqueducts are damaged, we have no way to deliver water from the McCalmy watershed or the Sacramento River to our 1.4 million customers in the East Bay. East Bay Mud's operations are complex under normal operations. Operations of East Bay Mud's integrated network of reservoirs, aqueducts, water treatment plants, distribution facilities, which carries water from the McCalmy and the Sacramento River to the East Bay, is complex under normal operation conditions and gets even more complicated in times of drought. In summary, should the construction or operation of the proposed WaterFix project impact East Bay Mud's facilities or operation of East Bay Mud's water system, East Bay Mud would be forced to make immediate operational changes to protect and preserve the water supply. And these incidents could potentially impact East Bay Mud's ability to deliver high-quality water to its 1.4 million customers. It could impact the economy of the East Bay and could have impacts on the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White.
Good afternoon, Mr. Williams. Can you please state your name for the record?
Forrest Williams.
Is Exhibit SCWA 3 your written testimony?
Yes, it is.
Did you prepare and finalize that testimony?
Yes, I did.
And is the purpose of your testimony today to provide evidence of the impacts to the agency from reverse flow events causing a shutdown of the Freeport Regional Water Project?
Yes.
And did you assemble and rely on exhibits SCWA 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 20, 27, 28, 33, 35, 36, 37, and 39 in preparing your testimony?
Yes, I did.
Are you familiar with the conclusions reached by Dr. Ben Bray in Exhibit EB Med 152?
Yes, as it relates to the increase in reverse flow events.
And is EB Med 152 the type of information you review and rely on as the program manager for the Freeport Regional Water Authority to assess potential risks and impacts to the agency's water supplies and operations?
Yes, it is.
All right, can you please summarize your testimony?
Yes, could we go to SCWA 49 on screen? Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the State Water Resources Control Board. Again, my name is Forrest Williams, and I currently serve as a senior civil engineer for the Sacramento County Department of Water Resources. I'm a registered civil engineer, and I've worked in the department over 20 years. My experience is focused on water supply planning, surface water acquisition, permitting, water supply infrastructure, and maintenance issues for Sacramento County Water Agency. And as Council mentioned, I'm also the general manager or program manager of the Freeport Regional Water Authority. I also serve as an alternate board member for the Sacramento Central Groundwater Authority, a joint powers agreement formed for the purpose of managing groundwater in the South American Subbasin. I'd also like to, in order to not repeat some of the common testimony for the development of Freeport, the joint facilities, I will concur with Eileen White's testimony on the development of those and only try to concentrate on those elements as it relates to Sacramento County's use of the Freeport facility. There may be some overlap, but for the general most part, I will try to avoid it as much as possible. So to set up the general location of the intake in relationship to the proposed intake sites, I do not know the exact mileage, but this is just an approximate location. And as Eileen White mentioned before, we are upstream of the Sacramento Regional Sanitation District outfall. Can we go to SCWA 40, the next slide, please? And to give you an idea of where our facilities are located, you have the Vineyard Surface Water Treatment Plant, which is located approximately 14 miles from the Freeport Regional Water Authority intake. And as the previous panel, Michael Peterson discussed,
The surface water supplies are part of our conjunctive use program, where we use surface water and groundwater to supply water to our customers. So the facilities we have is from that bifurcation point before it goes to the Folsom South Canal. We have a 66-inch pipeline that extends to our treatment plant, which is a conventional treatment plant that includes all the conventional treatment, flash mixing, coagulation, sedimentation, filtration, water recovery, et cetera. And at that treatment plant, next slide, please. Here are the surface water supplies available for our diversion at Freeport. We have remediated groundwater, we have appropriative surface water, and we have our CVP contracts. And what I've depicted here is kind of a wet average year and also showing you kind of a driest year. And the one thing I want to point out is that the remediated groundwater, which is a settlement agreement with Aerojet, that remediated water is discharged into the American River and we divert it off the Sacramento River, is not subject to any type of curtailment as our CVP, our appropriative contract, would be for Term 91. So it is a continual source of water that we rely on in dry periods. And that is a critical element. Right now, that is about 8,900 acre feet, which is about 8 million gallons per day. There's a 10% carriage losses, and we're only subject to shutdown in the event that the Aerojet is not discharging to the river. So again, I just want to highlight that it's not subject to any type of curtailment or lack of availability. So again, the intake is located at mile 47. SAC Regional is located at 46, and we have that coordinated operations agreement between East Bay Mud and SAC Regional and SCWA to operate in a manner so that we do not draw treated effluent into our intake. And that's why reverse flow impacts are critical to the operation of our facilities and our ability to access water. So when that happens, we lose the ability to divert water, and in outer years that could be very critical. If reverse flow events were to increase to the point that reverse flow events were going to impact our ability to take water, as Eileen White also mentioned, shutting down these facilities that are supposed to operate in a steady state is not optimal. We encourage additional staff costs and labor costs if we have to shut down doing a reverse flow event, going through checking alarms, turning valves off, making sure that everything is shutting down. We also have the same additional labor costs when we start that facility back up. So one of the impacts associated with that is additional cost of labor and additional operational difficulties. The second aspect, especially related to Aerojet water, is because we have historically taken it as an average daily rate, increased durations of reverse flow events could lead to the ability of us not being able to divert that water, and we may lose it, meaning that it's put in the river, a reverse flow event happens of significant time and event, and because we take it at an average daily rate, we will not be able to make it up that day, so we will have lost that water. And in a critical dry year for a source that doesn't have any type of reduction or Storm 91 or then we'll lose that water, and that will affect our ability to deliver water to our customers. We also have other operational concerns about the potential for increased impacts to our CVP water supply. Depending on the amount and duration of CVP water supply and what we're cut back with in dry years, depending on the severity and duration of those cutbacks, we also will not be able to make up that lost water, similar to what East Bay Mud has. And if we can't make up that lost water through surface water supplies, then we may have to go to using more groundwater supplies. Our conjunctive use program is based on a long-term 70-30 or 30-70 between groundwater and surface water, as Michael Peterson also testified. But in the long term, if we continually had to halt taking those supplies, do the reverse flows, and weren't able to do that, we couldn't make up those supplies, and therefore we would lose that water. So the impacts of additional reverse flow events affects our ability to possibly get our remediated groundwater, could affect the use of our CVP supply, and affect our balance between groundwater and surface water, depending on severity and duration of those reverse flow events in the future. So again, in summary, it's restricting our access to mitigation water, restricting the use of our surface water supplies, and causing us an additional operational difficulties and continually shut down if increased reverse flow events were to occur as part of the WaterFix project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Our final witness on this panel to testify regarding his modeling analysis is Dr. Benjamin Bray. Dr. Bray, please state your name for the record.
Dr. Benjamin Bray.
And did you take the oath today?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to authenticate a series of documents at this time. Is Exhibit EB Mud 127 an accurate statement of your qualifications?
Yes, it is.
Is Exhibit EB Mud 101 a true and correct copy of the summary of your testimony for this hearing?
Yes, it is.
Is Exhibit EB Mud 152 a true and correct copy of your written testimony for this hearing?
Yes.
Is Exhibit EB Mud 176 a true and correct copy of East Bay Mud's October 28th, 2015 comment letter on the partially recirculated draft EIR and supplemental draft EIS for petitioner's project?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Baker, please display the PowerPoint version of Exhibit EB Mud 101. And Mr. Bray, please summarize your testimony.
Good afternoon, Co-Chair Doduck, members of the board, and State Board staff. My name is Benjamin Bray. I'm a senior civil engineer with the East Bay Municipal Utility District, or East Bay MUD. I lead the Water Supply Systems Modeling section at East Bay MUD. First, I'd like to say it's an honor to present testimony today on this important matter. The focus of my written testimony, EB MUD Exhibit 152, and my summary today, EB MUD 101, is regarding WaterFix effects on reverse flow events impacting the operation of East Bay MUD and Sacramento County Water Agency's Freeport project intake. My message to you today is that the enhanced operational flexibility afforded by the California WaterFix could, at times, lead to changes in the north to south diversion patterns. Those changes in export patterns from north of Delta to south of Delta also result in incrementally or comparatively lower flows on the Sacramento River. Those lower flows during drought periods result in increased reverse flow events that occur that impact the operation of the Freeport intake. This is my message as I intend to show today through my analysis of the petitioner's modeling. I'd like to begin briefly with a description of the reverse flow phenomenon that occurs at the Freeport intake as measured at the Freeport gauge on the Sacramento River. I also want to briefly introduce the operational criteria that govern the shutdown of the facility during reverse flow events, and then I will shift, and the bulk of my presentation will be focused on my analysis of the petitioner's modeling of the California WaterFix and how it could impact the facility. So again, beginning with a little background on reverse flows that we see at or near the Freeport intake, and to also elucidate exactly what is a, quote, significant, end quote, reverse flow event. I believe Forrest just showed, Mr. Williams just showed a great map, and so I'll skip over this in the interest of efficiency. DWR's John Leahy provided testimony describing the tidal cycle and the tidal influence with respect to the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. And again, for efficiency's sake, I won't repeat that as part of my written testimony here today. What I'd like to do here with this slide is introduce an important gauging station for the Delta. So downstream of our Freeport intake, at the Freeport Bridge across the Sacramento River, is the Freeport gauging station with available data sets through the Department of Water Resources California Data Exchange Center, or CDEC. And those data sets include discharge, stage, and velocity. shown on this slide is a figure of hourly discharge measurements at the Freeport gauge. And again, this is not model data, this is hourly gauge measurements. And what this figure illustrates is the tidal influence at the Freeport gauging station during a low flow period on the Sacramento River back in April 2015. Note the station discharge or flow varies from a minimum around a negative 5,000 CFS to a maximum close to or around 13,000 CFS. A total variation of 18,000 CFS, where we see the two tidal cycles occurring each day. So each peak to trough represents a change in flow, where when that change crosses that zero line, that's when we're seeing reverse flow events, and that water is flowing in an upstream direction towards the city of Sacramento. And briefly, what I overlaid here on the same chart is the equivalent daily average, 7-day moving average, and monthly average for the same period in April of 2015. What we can clearly see is the significant variation in discharge is lost by averaging, even over the day. I know that's a theme that keeps coming up in this hearing. This is a reason that sub-daily time step measurements and modeling, such as with DSM-2, is absolutely critical to assess directly reverse flow events on the Freeport intake and the effects. Monthly average results from CalSim-2 or even daily average results simply are inadequate to perform the assessment. And this should become clear as I go through my analysis. This slide is showing a schematic animation of the operating criteria as it applies to the operation of the Freeport intake. And we're going to begin with a wastewater particle at the Sac Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant outfall. The flow is reversing and that wastewater particle is traveling in an upstream direction. When it reaches a point 0.9 miles upstream from the outfall, the Freeport intake is required to shut down. The flow is continuing to reverse and that wastewater particle is now flowing past the intake before again reversing direction, and now flow is going in a positive direction downstream. When that wastewater particle reaches a point at 0.7 miles upstream of the outfall, the intake is allowed to turn back on and continue operating. Of particular interest is the relationship to low Sacramento River flows and the strength of reverse flow events at Freeport. This is a plot I developed to show this relationship, as I will now explain. Using the Freeport gauge dataset over the period of 1987 through 2015, I performed an analysis of the flow and velocity datasets to develop this chart. Furthermore, I want to make it clear that this is a retrospective analysis of the gauge data and acknowledge that Freeport was not in place and operating during this full period. On this chart, I plotted Sacramento River monthly average flow on the vertical scale and on the, horizontal scale. Sorry about that. And on the vertical scale, actually, is the corresponding number of significant reverse flow events that occur with that monthly average flow. So when Sacramento River flow gets down below about 10,000 to 8,000 CFS, that's when the tidal strength becomes strong enough to really cause an uptick in the number or the frequency of reverse flow events occurring in a given month. I also want to briefly mention and acknowledge that the strength of the tide, the annual tidal cycle, as well as downstream operations, such as with the Delta Cross Channel Gate, can affect hydrodynamics on the Sacramento River and also play into this relationship. Nonetheless, this chart is important context to understand at about what low flows, monthly average flows on the Sacramento River, in which reverse flow events become strong enough that they begin to impact the Freeport facility. And again, that's somewhere below about 10,000 to 8,000 CFS. And now I will shift to my analysis of the modeling results performed to analyze the effect of the California WaterFix project on the operation of the Freeport intake. I begin with this narrative, again, just to set the stage before going into the technical details, to again explain the mechanism for injury to the operation of the Freeport intake. According to the petitioners, the purpose of the California WaterFix is the enhanced operational flexibility afforded by the alternate points of diversion in the North Delta. Again, this allows changes in the north to south diversion patterns or exports with this facility. And those changes at times correspond to reductions at some times in Sacramento River flows. The incrementally lower flows that will result in increases in the number of significant reverse flow events that trigger the Freeport intake shutdowns. This is precisely what I found through my analysis of the petitioner's modeling, as I will intend to demonstrate over the next couple slides. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip the next two slides, and I will come back to them if I have time in my presentation so that I can focus on the modeling that was submitted by the petitioners for this hearing.
Mr. Bray,
Yes, ma'am.
instead of doing that, why don't we just go ahead and go through the slides in the order that you have them? We'll make sure you have the time to do so.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Co-Chair Dodak. So the California WaterFix has been ongoing for many, many years, and I briefly want to summarize the analysis that we included in East Bay Mud's comment letter on the draft BDCP EIR-EIS, as I believe this is still relevant to the issue of injury and potential remedies before the board. In the past project, when it was known as a BDCP under a habitat conservation plan, I found that the twin tunnels, along with the environmental restoration conservation measures, and specifically the conservation measure associated with tidal marsh restoration, significantly reduced significant reverse flow events. However, we found that when this element of the project was taken out or deactivated, we found a slight or an increase in reverse flow events. So this slide presents two tables we've excerpted directly from our comment letter on the draft BDCP EIR-EIS and also included in our comment letter on the recirculated draft EIR supplemental EIS for the WaterFix. This is Exhibit EB Mud 176. And I know it's a busy slide. What I'd like to draw your attention to is under the no action in the early long term, there are 70 reverse flow events that occurred. And in the petitioner's modeling, and this is the first of 5 sets of modeling released by the petitioners for this project, we saw a significant reduction down to 14 events. And in the scenario name there, you'll note it says ROA 25. That is indicating restoration opportunity area equal to 25,000 acres of tidal marsh restoration. In the late long-term scenario, we see 178 significant reverse flow events that occur under the no action alternative, and that is decreased to 21, where in this case we see the 65 indicating 65,000 acres of tidal marsh restoration. Keeping in mind that petitioners' modeling included climate change and sea level rise effects, East Bay Mud joined with several other parties to have consultants Dan Steiner and MBK's take out or turn off, if you will, the climate change and the sea level rise effects to give us a clearer understanding of the project and how it could potentially affect our facility. But more importantly for our discussion here and why it's relevant is that they isolated the engineering component, that is the twin tunnels with the bypass flow criteria that has been carried forward as the California WaterFix. And what we found in their modeling, and by the way, we had in the 83-year simulation, 1921 to 2003, and just for comparative purposes, we also include a subset of the 16-year period that petitioners modeled with DSM-2. So what we found, again, was consistent with the petitioner's modeling. When the tidal marsh restoration was included, we saw a significant decrease from 203 to 55 reverse flow events over the 83-year period. However, when we deactivated that tidal marsh restoration component, we saw an increase from 203 to 237 significant reverse flow events. So again, just real briefly, North Delta diversion with tidal marsh, fewer shutdown events at Freeport. When we deactivated or took away that component of the modeling, we found there were more shutdown events. And so when the project description was modified, removing all other conservation measures, but retaining conservation measure 1, which was the twin tunnel and the associated bypass flow criteria, we were rightfully concerned about the issue of potential injury due to the project. So now I'm going to shift to the 5th set of modeling that the petitioners have made available, and that is the modeling for this hearing. Petitioners provided modeling results for 2 models, CalSim-2 and DSM-2. Here I describe how I use the results from these models to analyze the potential for impacting the Freeport project. First, DSM-2 includes velocity output on a 15-minute time step. That's sub-daily, as I mentioned earlier. What that allows is a direct assessment of the number of shutdown events that occur under the various scenarios. However, petitioners only simulated a shorter 16-year period of hydrology, which is a key limitation of this analysis. However, CalSim-2 provides monthly average flows and diversions for various parts of the system for a longer 82-year period of hydrology. So I use the CalSim-2 model output also to look at flows in the Sacramento River immediately downstream of the Freeport intake. And this allowed me to indirectly assess the potential risk of increased significant reverse flow events for that longer period. And this was achieved by analyzing how the project changes low flow conditions during drought periods in comparison to the no action alternative. To carry this out, I applied 3 screening criteria that I'll briefly go over. I term them the monthly flow criteria. And for the record here, these criteria are documented at the top of page 8 of Exhibit EB-MUD 152. The criteria is a set of 3 logical tests that must be met and are intended to flag cases where the proposed project reduces Sacramento River flows, potentially increasing reverse flow events. So the first test is, does the project scenario, and again, we have 4 we're looking at, H3, H4, boundary 1, boundary 2. So for each project scenario, is it lower in monthly average flow compared to the no actions alternative? Secondarily, is that resultant project flow less than a low flow threshold of 8,000 CFS? And finally, the incremental change of the project decrease in flow relative to the no action is greater than a nominal tolerance to make sure we don't flag cases that we don't think would lead to an increase in reverse flow events. So applying that monthly flow criteria to the CalSim results, I found that project operations with WaterFix will further reduce flows during droughts when flows are already low. Here in this table, I show the number of months at various time periods over the 82-year period of hydrology simulated with CalSim-2 in which these 3 criteria I just described were met. Again, incrementally lower flow, the project flow is below a low flow threshold of 8,000 CFS, and the relative change exceeds a nominal tolerance. This table, basically cutting to the chase there, on the final line, what you see is over the full 82-year period, in the H3 scenario, there are 34 months at risk of increased reverse flows. We see 22 months in the H4 and boundary 1 scenarios and 20 months in the boundary 2 scenarios. Briefly, one thing I'd like to also point out briefly, again, is the H3 and H4 project scenarios did not necessarily fall between the boundary 1 and boundary 2 scenarios. I think that's important to note. And finally, we can also see that the number, as I've shown here, how the numbers break down over the three major droughts over the 82-year period of hydrology. And clearly, most of these occur during the droughts. Next, I'm going to focus on the DSM-2 modeling provided by petitioners. DSM-2 shows overall that most shutdown events occur with the no action alternative with reductions in each project scenario. This table shows the total number of shutdown events for each drought period over that 16-year period simulated by petitioners, where I also want to highlight the fact that the final year of the 6-year drought, 1987 and 1992, was not included in that 16-year period. However, these results were obtained from the raw DSM-2 model output, that is, before the output was corrected for known bias. In this upper region of DSM-2, near the upstream specified flow boundary condition, there are known issues with replicating the historical tidal amplitude when model flow and stage results have been compared to historical gauge station data. And that's what is shown here in blue, the Freeport gauge I introduced earlier for a period of February 1991. I assessed the performance of the DSM-2 velocity output as compared to the Freeport gauge and found that there was a notable bias where the model was not representing the full tidal variation in velocity relative to the Freeport gauge, especially during low flow periods like I've shown here. And this red dashed line represents that raw DSM-2 velocity output. To improve the accuracy of the velocity output in terms, which is the key metric needed for assessing the operational criteria I presented earlier, I minimized the sum of square error in minimum, that is low recorded velocity, to modeled low recorded velocity over 15 months of the historical record where the Sacramento River flow was less than 9,000 CFS. The optimal offset I obtained was a negative 0.230, negative 0.230 feet per second, which I then applied to the DSM-2 model results prepared for this hearing. So this green line shows the result of applying that offset to the red dashed line, the raw DSM-2 output. Now, you will notice that on the high-low tides, the offset tends to overpredict the velocity. And that's okay because it's the low tides we are concerned about. Typically, those are the ones that are triggering the significant reverse flow events. And as you can see, the green line matches up much better with the blue line on those low events, such as from February 12th through February 16th. Of course, there's minor under and over predictions. However, applying this offset is critical to improve the accuracy for its intended purpose, which is assessing significant reverse flow events. So applying this offset to the 16-year output from the DSM-2 model to each scenario, I obtained the table shown here. So without bias correction, DSM-2 significantly underestimates the frequency of significant reverse flow events in all scenarios, including the no action alternative. Again, this table is showing the tabulated total shutdown events after applying the offset to the no action, the H3, the H4, the boundary 1 and boundary 2 scenarios. One thing we notice now after applying the offset is that 3 of the 4 project scenarios, H3, H4, and boundary 2, are greater than the no action alternative during the 76 to 77 drought. And while we do see small increases, or I should say, excuse me, while we do see decreases in the 1987 to 1992 drought, again, I want to highlight that the final water year 92, was not included in that simulation period. Now, the overall conclusion doesn't change from 2 slides ago, and that is that overall, in the total, on that final line, we see the no action alternative has the greatest number of significant reverse flow events relative to the project scenarios. However, let's take a closer look at the DSM-2 scenario, or the DSM-2 modeling. So what we found under the WaterFix scenarios is that the frequency of shutdown events actually does increase in some months. This figure shows the breakdown of the total number of shutdown events in each of the 5 model scenarios for each month of the calendar year over the 16-year period simulated. I've also included color-coded arrows with a legend just for ease of reference where green is good. That means the project has significantly reduced significant reverse flow events in some months, like we see in August, or in January we see large decreases in H3 and H4, where boundary 1 and boundary 2 shows a slight decrease. However, from September through December, and as we go into the orange and red, that's indicating months that are at risk of potentially increasing significant reverse flow events in one or more of the project scenarios. So that's late fall through early winter before the onset of the high flows, we see potential for increase. Moving along, this is an excerpt of a table, Table 4, presented in my written testimony, which is provided in its entirety within Exhibit EBMUD 152 on page 46 through 47 of the PDF file. And essentially what I want to do here, and really in the next few slides, is set up an example in which I'm putting the 2 modeling results together, the DSM-2 modeling and the CalSim-2. What this table is showing is on the left-hand side, you have the year and the month of interest. The next 5 columns are presenting the number of significant reverse flow events from the DSM-2 model in those months, with the no action alternative on the far left. And the next the next 5 columns on the right are the corresponding monthly average flows from the CalSim-2 model outputs. And again, I want to focus on one of these examples, and that's September of 1977, where in the no action, we saw an increase of 20 shutdown events from 17 to 37 events, where the monthly average flow in CalSim was decreased by about 860 CFS from 6,916 to 6,058 CFS. This plot shows combined SWP and CVP north and south delta exports from October 1976 through December 1977. The dashed blue line in this case is the no action alternative, and the solid red line represents the H3 scenario. What we see is an increase in exports in April through August of 1977, with reductions in September and October of 1977, and then increases again in November and December of 1977. In summary, we see a shift in the timing of exports. Mr. Baker, if you could you please switch over to figure 11 of my written testimony? Thank you. This figure didn't get included in my PowerPoint, and I think it helps with the story. So just real briefly, I want to switch over to figure 11 here. So this is the same period, and this is Sacramento River monthly average flow from CalSim. Again, no action in blue dashed H3 and solid red. So in those months where we saw the reductions in exports, we see also reductions in Sacramento River low flows. And now, Mr. Baker, if I may ask you to please shift back to the slideshow. I believe that's the wrong show. That's EB Mud 100. Should be the PowerPoint. No.
We should be on slide 21 now of exhibit EB Mud 101.
You're all advanced there. Thank you. And so the resultant decrease in flow, so this is representing the DSM-2 model output for September of 1977, where we found there were 17 shutdown events in the no action alternative with monthly average flows at 6,916 CFS, which increases by 20 events to 37 shutdown events, as indicated by the green arrows, when the flow was decreased by 860 CFS to 6,058 CFS. So in this case, the modeling results show a significant increase. In this case, in this particular month, more than a doubling of shutdown events in this critical drought month. So in conclusion, the WaterFix increases operational flexibility for the CVP and SWP projects. The additional flexibility results in changes or shifts in export patterns under the project scenarios, where I've shown you an example of this for the simulated water year 1977. The shift in export timing results in higher Sacramento River low flows. The shift export timing results in higher Sacramento River low flows in some periods, but also, and more importantly, results in lower Sacramento River low flows in comparison to the no action alternative. Periodically, lower Sacramento River flows increase the likelihood of significant reverse flow events that are severe enough to require the Freeport project intake to shut down. While the WaterFix project shows the potential to reduce significant reverse flow events in some late winter months and spring months, the results also show increases in shutdown events in the late summer through the early winter that could potentially limit East Bay Mud and Sacramento County Water Agency from diverting critical drought supplies in these months. And finally, I've studied the proposed bypass flow criteria, and I've analyzed the CalSIM-2 results and verified that in fact the bypass flow criteria are indeed met and implemented in the CalSIM-2 project scenarios. However, as I have shown, the proposed bypass flow criteria are not sufficiently protective so as to prevent increases in significant reverse flow events that would potentially impact the Freeport intake operation. I thank you for your attention as this concludes my summary of my written testimony, EB Mud 152. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bray. With that, I think we are open for cross-examination if you want to proceed now.
Let me get a time estimate. The department, how much time do you anticipate for cross-examination? While he's checking, who else plans on conducting cross-examination of this panel? Ms. Aykroyd, is that all? And Ms. Morris, time?
I don't think it'll be more than 30 minutes. It just depends on what Mr. Berliner covers.
Understood. That's an estimate. Ms. Aykroyd?
I anticipate no more than 5 minutes, if at all.
All right. Mr. Jackson?
Yes, I have a question because of the phasing of the hearing. This question of tidal influence, particles going back and forth, reminds me of phytoplankton, reminds me of smelt. By dividing it into the two parts, do you want us to try to replicate this material in part 2, or could we ask questions in part 1?
I'm not guaranteeing that these experts will be back in part 2.
Right.
Are your questions specific to the modeling, for example, that Dr. Bray performed, or the impacts that Ms. White and Mr. Williams spoke about? As long as your questions are specific to what they testified, rather than potential fishery impacts of what they did. I mean, it depends on what your question will be, Mr. Jackson.
I understand, and I'm sitting here, and I'm not 100% clear at this point myself, but that there is a problem with bifurcating.
I understand.
And so are we allowed to refer to information that's been accepted for part 1 in having our scientists talk about this testimony in part 2?
Let me check with my counsel. I would imagine so, because it's in the record.
That's right. It will be a single administrative record, even though we've divided it into 2 parts.
All right, so we will be able to come back and deal with this from the point of view of the tides moving back and forth and what they're carrying when they do it.
Let me be clear that you may refer to the testimony. You may not have these witnesses back in part 2.
I understand it, but their
Okay.
testimony is in the record.
Yes.
I just didn't want to lose it for the purposes of part 2.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for flagging that.
Then there will be no questions.
No questions. So the reason I did that was to do a time check for group 9, I think, is up next. So we will get to you today, unless Mr. Berliner plans on hours and hours of cross-examination. All right. Why don't we go ahead and take, if it's okay with the court reporter, we'll take 2 shorter breaks this afternoon, and so that CWR can set up for cross-examination. And we will resume at 2:45. All right, it is 2:45. We are back in session. Before we begin with cross-examination, let me do another housekeeping item. Mr. Berliner, since I have you near a microphone, I might as well take advantage of this. We received a message from Group 17, the San Joaquin River Exchange Contractors Water Authority, that they were told that DWR witnesses will not be available this Friday. That should we call on Group 17 to present their case in chief. Is that your understanding? And if so, why is that the case?
I'll try to be as helpful as I can here. I don't think I have complete information. My understanding is that the San Joaquin River Exchange contractors have requested a most knowledgeable employee about levees and flood control operations in the Delta. As you probably know, that's not part of the state water contract functions of the department. It's an entirely different division of the department. This particular employee, who is the person most knowledgeable as I understand it, and I don't know the person's name, apologize, is apparently working on a very high priority levee flood control issue at the moment and is out of pocket. And apparently Mr. Manazian, the attorney for the exchange contractors, has been in communication with the Office of General Counsel for DWR regarding the availability of this witness, and it's my understanding that they've been in communication for a number of days about this. And so I believe that they are working on when this person will be relieved of their current high priority responsibility. And I don't know the details of exactly what this person is working on, but I was told it was extremely high priority related to flood control and levees in the Delta. I don't know if there's a particular problem or what the nature of it is. My understanding is that that person may be available as soon as next week, but I can't actually confirm that this afternoon. I would hope to have further information either later today or tomorrow as to when that person is available.
Tomorrow would be good. At the beginning of tomorrow's hearing, we will again spend a little time on housekeeping, and I'm going to try something different. I'm going to propose that as we go down the order of direct in this table, and we get to a certain party, and we will plan to do this 2 to 3 days ahead of time so that other parties will have a chance to prepare for cross-examination, that if you are up, it is the responsibility of the group that is next in order to present their case in chief to either be ready and prepare to do so, or to coordinate with another party and have that party be prepared to assume that position in line as we get to that order. So for example, looking ahead to next week, I expect that we will get to Group 19, 20, and 24, which is in order 9, 10, and 11. It's just an example. So for Ms. Meserve, who will be here tomorrow to discuss this with us, she will either commit that she is prepared to present her case in chief per this order, or she has made an arrangement with another party, and that party will have to concur and be named so that petitioners and others who have time to prepare for their cross-examination, that this party will take the place and present their case in chief in lieu of Ms. Meserve, who is up next. Does that make sense?
Stephanie Morris, State Water Contractors. I think that that makes pretty good sense. I think we do need some notice because, for example, if Group 10 was switching with Group 20, we think we have a lot more time to prepare for that. And so if it's 5 days and we don't have 2 days, that could work. But
I understand.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I understand. Again, we're trying to be flexible and accommodating as much as possible, recognizing that, yes, you have to have some time to prepare within reason, Ms. Morris, within reason. So we will try that approach. So for tomorrow, I'm expecting Group 17, 19, 20, 24, and 21 to be prepared to either commit to presenting their case in chief next week, if called upon, or to make arrangements with another group to do so in their place. And they will have to confirm that tomorrow so that other parties will have a chance to prepare for cross-examination. Okay? We will try that approach tomorrow and see how that works out. Everyone is in a stunned silence. With that, we will turn to Mr. Berliner and Ms. Ainsley for your cross-examination of this panel. And before I get reminded, if you could please outline the list of topic areas that you will be examining.
Yes, with regard to Mr. Williams, I have a very short cross-examination simply concerning the chart that is on page 6 of 12 of his testimony regarding water rights. That'll be the only question for him. Regarding Ms. White, I'm hoping to get done in 30 minutes, possibly less. And I have some questions on reverse flows based on essentially her experience over the past few years with reverse flows. I have questions regarding the East Bay Mud contract with the CVP. And I have some questions about diversions. And then finally, very briefly, questions concerning the potential construction impacts that she expressed some concern about at the end of her testimony. The bulk of the cross-examination will be for Mr. Bray. And I'm hoping to get done with that in under an hour. Some of it takes a little time because we'll be flipping between different exhibits, but essentially it's all on the same topic, which concerns his review of the modeling and how he arrived at the conclusions that he did.
All right. Please proceed, Mr. Berliner.
Thank you. Good afternoon, panel members. My name is Tom Berliner, and I'm an attorney for the Department of Water Resources. I'm assisted this afternoon by Ms. Jolianne Ainsley. First question is for Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, in your testimony, and it might be convenient to put up just for reference, the SCWA 3 at page 6. In this chart, you refer to the appropriative right, permit number 21209, and indicate that it's subject to term 91 curtailment. Do you have an understanding of what term 91 curtailment is?
That, I believe, if you look at the testimony, it's more subject detailed in SCWA 19 as far as that. And term 91 is either water is available or it's not available for appropriative, for diversion, I believe.
Okay, and do you have an independent understanding, or are you relying on Mr. Peterson?
I'm relying on my discussions with Mr. Peterson and reading term 91 out of the definition of Term 91 discussion.
And do you understand, just briefly, that when Term 91's applicable, that would prohibit the holder of a permit subject to Term 91 from diverting state or federal project water?
I believe it's appropriative water for Term 91, correct?
It applies to appropriative permits, yes.
Yes.
And you have that understanding that I just explained?
Yes.
Yes. And with regard to your CBP contracts, do you have an understanding of the shortage policies?
Yes.
And is your understanding consistent with the fact that your contracts are subject to being shorted for a variety of reasons, including the M&I shortage policy, as well as overall availability of water, for instance, due to drought or regulation?
Let me see. Well, I understand that it's, in reading the shortage policy, it's in the operation, the contract officer will use all reasonable means to guard against the conditions of shortage in quantity.
Just a second, Mr. Williams. The court reporter has to take it down,
I'm
so
sorry.
If you could be
I
closer to the
apologize.
microphone
Sorry.
and
Let me
speak slowly.
move this over so I'm reading and speaking into the microphone. I apologize. I understand that the contracting officer will use all reasonable means to guard against the condition of shortage in the quantity of project water to be made available to the contractor pursuant to the contract, in as far as determined by the contracting officer to be practicable. Is that a little slower? I just want to make sure that's better. Sorry. When the contracting officer will, in the event of a shortage appears, probably notify the contractor of such determination. I also understand that if there's a reduction in the project water supply available to the contractor during the year because any errors in physical operation of the project, drought, or other physical causes.
Please slow down, Mr. Williams.
Sorry, I apologize. When I'm doing it from memory, I can do it slower. When I'm reading, I read fast, and I do apologize. They're basically in summation of paragraph 12B, there's no liability due to those errors are in ability to apply water. But then in any year a shortage may occur for any of the reasons, they'll apply in a portion of the available project water supply to the contractor.
And do you also understand that you are subject to the M&I shortage policy?
Yes, shortage policy and apportionment, section 12.
Thank you very much. My next series of questions are for Ms. White. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Your testimony has been marked as Exhibit East Bay Mud 151. Did anybody assist you in drafting your testimony?
I drafted it and legal reviewed it.
But the substance of your testimony was prepared by yourself, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you also prepare what's been marked as EBMUD 100?
Yes, I did.
And you prepared the substance of that as well?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And is it a fair characterization to say that one of the key points of your testimony is to summarize East Bay Mud operations at the Freeport facilities and potential alleged impacts to those operations due to reverse flow events?
Yes, I'd say that I'm describing the potential impacts. That's correct.
And is it also fair to say that you're not offering any opinions on the frequency of reverse flow events?
That's correct.
And is it also fair to say that your testimony includes potential alleged impacts to the McKellamie Aqueduct and future possible East Bay Mud Delta tunnel from construction impacts?
That's correct.
Just to confirm I followed your testimony correctly, as I understand it, the Freeport project must shut off diversions when treated effluent from the Sacramento County Sanitation District discharges travels 0.9 miles upstream and has a dilution ratio that exceeds 0.1%, correct?
That's correct.
And as I understand it, East Bay Mud has developed some operating procedures to avoid complete shutdowns, correct?
That's correct.
And what's the difference between a complete shutdown and a partial shutdown?
Sure, let me describe that. So complete shutdown, and that's what we did when it initially occurred, is you shut down the Freeport intake. It's an automatic when the water flows upstream from the sanitation district and it meets the criteria. So that's an automatic shutdown. If it was to be a full shutdown, we'd shut down not only the Freeport intakes, but we'd stop flow into the Folsom South Canal. We'd shut down the pumping plant, the Clay Station pumping plant that pumps out of the canal. We would shut down the Comanche pumping plant that pumps the water out of the pipeline that takes it from the canal to the McCallum aqueducts. And then we would shut the downstream pumps called the Moraga pumps that would be pumping to USL Reservoir. Also at that time, we would shut down all the different chemical feed systems along the pipeline, which includes chlorination, dechlor, and CO2 for pH adjustments. So any system that's related would completely shut down. And then in response to your question about a partial shutdown, if the duration of the shutdown is short enough, the Freeport intake must shut down. And that's required to protect public health, and that's in our permit with the State Division of Drinking Water. So we could shut down the Freeport intake, and let's hypothetically say the reverse flow is only going to last an hour. So for that hour, what we can do is we can reduce the amount of water we're pumping out of the Folsom South Canal. And so we'd be continue to send water further downstream so we could keep the Clay Station, the Comanche, and the raw water pumping plants operating, but we wouldn't have to shut down all the downstream pumps, all the chemical feed systems, which would make it much easier. So you don't lose out on potentially 3 days of time to restart. And what limits that is a number of factors is that we coordinate our operations with a number of partners, and one of them is, of course, the Bureau of Reclamation. And our daily maximum deviation in the Folsom South Canal is 1 foot. So you might ask a question, Ms. White, why don't you shut it down? You know, why do you don't do partial shutdowns all the time? We're really restricted by our operating requirements with the Bureau of Reclamation.
Thanks very much.
Certainly.
I'm just going to ask the court reporter, is her pace of response okay? Great. Thank you. Regarding the partial shutdown in response to a reverse flow, how many hours of reverse flow can you incur before you have to do more than a partial shutdown?
The most we can do is 3 hours, and then we have to go to a full shutdown. So if the reverse flow is any longer than 3 hours, we have to go to a full shutdown. Otherwise, we won't meet our operating requirements.
And do you know how many times a year under current conditions you have to go to a full shutdown because of a reverse flow greater than 3 hours?
I can only comment and testify on my experience as a manager of operations, and I recall when we operated from April 2nd to July 17th, 2014, there was 4 reverse flows in May of that year. I recall when we operated in 2015, from April 15th through December 21st, 2015, there was a total of 3 reverse flows, and if I recall, 1 was in April and 2 was in November.
And when you refer to the reverse flows, are you referring to reverse flows that lasted greater than 3 hours?
These are reverse flows that caused shutdown of the Freeport intake.
A full shutdown or a partial shutdown?
It required either a full or a partial.
And how do you determine then, let me strike that, were the reverse flows greater than 3 hours in those instances?
I recall some of them were and some weren't.
So for those that were greater than 3 hours, did you have to do a full shutdown or were you able to do a partial shutdown?
For those greater than 3 hours, we have to do a full shutdown.
Okay. So of those that you've identified, you don't know how many were full and how many were partial, is that correct?
I can't recall exactly how many were partial and how many were full.
Okay. And regarding the Folsom South Canal, do I understand correctly that there's a 1 foot gradient that you have to comply with?
Right. There's a 1 foot operating range within the canal. That's why we can't pull too much out or put too much in. That's correct.
And have you discussed changing that rule with the Bureau of Reclamation?
We have not discussed that. Okay. In fact, they were flexible. To be honest, we did not meet the exact criteria, and they were flexible working with us so that we could do these partial shutdowns. The actual agreement calls for the flow in must equal the flow out. So actually, I guess you could say we did embark on discussions with them. If I took the literal interpretation of our agreement with the Bureau of Reclamation, the flow into the canal must equal the flow out. But we're partners with them, and they partnered with us and allowed us to stick to this 1 foot operating range. And they agreed it's unreasonable to have the flow in equal the flow out, knowing the cascading impacts to our downstream pumping plants and chemical feed systems.
So have you discussed any potential increase above 1 foot change?
They see, our discussions was that was about as far as they were going to go. They're very concerned about the canal, and as it was, we weren't matching exactly flow in, flow out, and that's what they were willing to leave us with.
Are those discussions still ongoing, or in your view, have they concluded?
I continue, they're a partner, and we always continue to work with them. We worked with them in 2015 to drop flows at the Freeport intake as they were trying to manage fisheries on the Sacramento River. So I look upon them as a partner, and we will continue our partnership.
Okay, thank you. When you have to do a shutdown currently, do you make up for the lost water from other sources?
No, I do not.
So are you then relying on a makeup at the Freeport diversion to recover what you lost during a shutdown?
I need to make it up at the Freeport diversion.
And was the example that you gave for 2015 where you were up into December and had to finish by the end of the year?
Yes.
Okay. And what was do you know your average rate of diversion over those months?
Yes, we were trying to do 90 MGD out of the Freeport intake. I think, so our goal was 90, but because we had shutdowns, if I recall, we were only averaging over the entire time probably closer to 72 because of different things that occurred that caused shutdowns. But our goal is to average 90 because that allows us to take advantage of the gravity flow in the McCollum aqueducts. So if we're going to tie up our aqueducts, we want to move it down. So our goal is 90, but we did not achieve that because of various shutdowns.
Do you know how many acre feet you were able to pump at Freeport in 2015?
Yes, in 2015, we pumped 58,000 acre feet of water from the Sacramento River to the East Bay.
And do you know how many acre feet you pumped in 2014?
Yes, we pumped 22,000 acre feet from the Sacramento River in 2014.
And was your goal in 2014, again, to have a rate of about 90 MGD?
Yes, it was.
Regarding the potential impact of reverse flows from the WaterFix, won't any impact depend entirely upon the frequency and duration of those events?
That's correct.
So at this point in time, isn't it true that you don't actually know what the frequency and duration of those events will be?
That's correct. I have not seen an operations plan for the California WaterFix at this time.
And in your view, could the reverse flow events be mitigated through operational measures and agreements with DWR?
We're not contracted with DWR. It's the Bureau of Reclamation that operates the canal, the Folsom South Canal, that owns and operates it.
Yes, understood. Let me clarify my question. If DWR is the operator of the California WaterFix, could reverse flow events then be mitigated, keeping in mind that they're operating the WaterFix facilities? Could the reverse flow events be mitigated through operational measures instituted by DWR and agreements between DWR and East Bay Mud?
I don't think so, because of the fact that once we get to full capacity, in a year like 2014, when we only diverted in April through July, yes, you could mitigate. But in a year when we are ultimately operating this for a much longer period of time, then I don't think it could be mitigated. But until I see an ops plan, I can't comment.
Okay, and why don't you think it could be mitigated?
Well, if we're going to be operating 365 days a year, I don't know how you would impact that. Once again, if you give me an operations plan, I'd be happy to engage in a dialogue.
Okay, thank you. have you had to shut down operations for reverse flows in 2016?
We have not been operating in 2016. We were very fortunate on the McCallamy watershed that we had a good year last year, and our customers saved over 40,000 acre-feet of water with their conservation. So as a result, we're starting the water year in good shape in 2017.
You indicated there were shutdowns in 2014 and 15. Do you happen to know the dates of those shutdowns?
I just remember in 2014, all 4 were in May, and I recall in 2015, one was in April and the other 2 were in November. I don't have the exact dates. It's something I could look up and get to you.
Do you know if it's available publicly, something that we could look up?
It'd probably be easier for me to provide it.
Okay. I'd like to just request, if council wouldn't mind, if we could get those dates, and because we're in an ex-parte situation, you would have to, if you could email it to me, you'd have to email it to the entire service list, if you wouldn't mind.
Well, I'll make a note of that and we'll consider that request.
Thank you.
Mr. Salmon, let's make it you will do so.
Okay, if I'm just say that because I'm not sure what information we might have, but we'll look into it.
Thanks very
provide
much.
what's
Appreciate
available.
that. And then service on the standard service list would be fine. You don't need to email me specifically. On the days that you did have those shutdowns, do you happen to know what the flow was in the Sacramento River for each of those days?
I do not.
Do you know if flow in the river was above 8,000 CFS?
I do not.
Do you know if it was above 10,000?
I do not. I just know the Freeport intake shut down and met the trigger in our water supply permit for the State Division of Drinking Water.
Regarding are you familiar with the contract that East Bay Mud has with the Bureau of Reclamation?
Yes, I am.
And this is essentially a dry year contract, correct?
That's correct.
And under the contract, the annual maximum delivery is 133,000 acre feet, correct?
That's correct.
And it would be up to a cap of 165,000 acre feet in any 3 consecutive year period, correct?
That's correct.
And isn't it correct that you have an actual limitation on a daily rate where the diversion cannot exceed 100 million gallons a day?
Right. The Freeport intake is designed for 185 MGD and 100 MGDs for East Bay Mud and 85 for Sac County Water Agency.
So at pumping for 100 MGD, in round numbers, that's about 110, 111,000 acre feet a year, right?
Right.
So you don't ever intend to actually pump 133,000 acre feet in a given year, correct?
I don't know what the future holds as far as hydrology. We never thought we'd see the driest 4-year period in the history of the state. If you asked me 5 years ago, were we going to deliver 58,000 acre feet to the East Bay and it was going to provide 1/3 of the water to 1.4 million customers, I would have said no. So to answer your question, I don't know what the future holds.
Aren't you limited in your right to use Freeport to 100 million gallons a day?
100 million gallons per day.
So in order to pump more than 111,000 acre feet, you'd have to exceed the 100 million gallons a day, right?
Right. And maybe our partners at Sac County wouldn't need their full 85 MGD. So, you know, you're speculating we are on the future.
So you would anticipate then you might request Sacramento County to encroach on their 85 MGD, is that right?
Well, if we needed it and they didn't, I mean, they've got their 85, their 100. We're a partner. Remember, we entered on Valentine's Day 2002 into this partnership.
Understood. My question was, will you be able to use some of their capacity if you need it, if they don't?
At this point, no, that's not in the agreements right now.
Okay, thank you. And the contract that you have with the Bureau is subject to the M&I shortage policy, right?
That's correct.
So under the shortage policy, you might receive as much as 75% of your contract total, correct?
Yeah, I mean, we saw the cuts like everybody else the last couple years.
Okay, so, and do you know what 75% of 133,000 is?
We were entitled last year to 33,250 acre feet.
It's 2015?
Yes, in 2015.
Do you know what you were entitled to in 2014?
A 50% cutback from the 133,000 acre feet,
So about 65,000.
5,000 acre feet, correct.
Is the availability of water under the dry year contract provisions based on storage in East Bay MUD's facilities?
Yes, it's based on the projected end of September storage. So the Bureau year, we have to give them updates starting March 1st, and it's based on what we're projecting for end of September storage for the end of the water year.
And do you know offhand what those numbers are?
Yes, of course. As we're only allowed to take our CVP contract water if we're projecting our end of September storage to be less than 500,000 acre feet.
Thank you. I want to ask you if, this is some questions about your diversions. I want to ask you if these numbers are generally correct based on your memory. And if you don't remember that, that's fine. This is for 2014. Does it sound about right that in April of 2014, East Bay MUD diverted a little more than 2,600 acre feet?
I know from April through July, we did a total of 22,000 acre feet. And I know we started on April 2nd and we were doing some testing at the fish screen. So if we did 22,000 over April, May, June, and half of July times, I would have thought, you said 2,000 acre feet? That's
2,600.
Seems a little low if we did, I'm thinking April, May, June, almost July, 22,000 over 4 would have been, 6,000. I would have thought it would have been higher. But I guess we were doing some lower flows for the fish flows at the beginning. So maybe. I don't recall the exact number. It's something I could look up.
Okay, thank you. And in 2015, do you recall how much in total you diverted?
Yes, it was 58,000 acre feet from April 15th through December 21st, 2015.
Going back to the question I asked you previously on your 100 million gallon a day diversions. So that's about 306 acre feet a day. Is that about right?
That sounds right.
Okay. And do you know what the daily demand is in terms of acre feet for the East Bay MUD service area?
It depends on what year you're talking about. We've had incredible cutbacks over the last couple years. Our average daily demand in 2013 was 195,000 acre feet. In 2015, it was 165,000 acre feet.
That's not a daily demand.
Oh, you want to know daily? Well, that was total. So our million gallons per day, let's see, we were, I think, at about 130 last year, million gallons per day.
So in the neighborhood of 500 acre feet a day.
Yeah.
In terms of being able to make up for any days where you had a full shutdown, based on your experience, how have you made up those days? Have you added additional days further in the year?
Yes, that's correct.
And are you able to do that within a month, or do you have to wait until the end of a season in order to do that?
The way we've currently done it is we do it as quickly as possible. So as soon as we shut down, and let's say it's a full shutdown, once we hit the trigger that Freeport can turn on, we have to calculate the amount of time it's going to take before the water gets to the various pumping plants. We notify PG&E, but we want to do it as quickly as possible. So as soon as possible, we don't wait. Soon as we meet the criteria to turn back on again, we turn back on.
So if you, just hypothetically, if you were in April and you were operating Freeport and you had a full shutdown, but you were not intending to operate Freeport in May, you might turn it on for a day, 2, 3, 4, whatever you needed to make it up. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. You identified some potential concerns regarding construction impacts to the McKelvey Aqueduct, correct?
That's correct.
Did you raise those concerns in your CEQA comments for the Cal WaterFix?
I personally didn't.
Ms. White did not testify that she was directly involved in the preparation of those comments.
Yeah, let me ask Elizabeth, do you know if East Bay Mud raised concerns in their CEQA comments?
I do not know.
Have you participated in any discussions with DWR or the Bureau regarding potential impacts to the aqueduct?
I have not personally.
Are you aware as to whether anybody from East Bay Mud has?
I am not aware.
Have you had discussions with the East Bay Mud engineering staff regarding the concerns that you identified today in your testimony?
I don't recall. I generally have discussions with them about my concerns with the aqueducts when there's, anything, any concerns. I mean, we have the aqueducts that were constructed in the 20s, 40s, and 60s. And so whenever there's anything that's construction that's going to occur, we talk to the engineering staff.
And in terms of addressing any concerns that East Bay Mud might have regarding construction impacts, I take it then you have engineers at East Bay Mud who'd be the appropriate people to have a sit down with DWR and the Bureau to discuss those types of impacts, correct?
Yes, I'm a licensed civil engineer, but I'm focused on the operations of the water system, so I can talk about if something happens to the aqueduct, but I'm not going to be the person that'll, I've seen things happen as construction near the aqueducts, so I'm more focused on the operations, even though I'm a licensed civil engineer.
Okay. And you may not know the answer to this, but during the earlier stage of the WaterFix hearings, during one day, East Bay Mud asked quite a few questions about potential engineering impacts that might occur related to the construction of the WaterFix tunnels, impacts on the McKelvey Aqueduct. Are you aware as to whether those questions came from the East Bay Mud engineering staff?
I believe they came from the engineering staff.
But you have no knowledge as to whether engineering staff has asked those questions and had answers to them from staff at DWR or the Bureau outside of this hearing, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you have any reason to believe that the engineers at DWR and the Bureau aren't just as keen on avoiding impacts to the McKelvey Aqueduct as East Bay Mud is?
I would think they would be.
Thank you. I have no more questions for this witness, and thank you for your very prompt and concise answers. Obviously, the testimony or cross-examination occurred quicker than I expected, so.
Thank you from me as well. Very nicely done.
Thank you.
I enjoyed that tremendously.
Thank you.
Dr. Bray, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
And did you prepare what's marked as East Bay Mud Exhibit 152?
Yes, sir.
And did you prepare the substance of that testimony yourself, or did you have assistance?
I prepared it myself.
And is the sole basis for your potential claim of injury based on your opinion that the WaterFix is likely to increase the frequency and duration of reverse flow events in the Sacramento River that exceed threshold criteria?
Yes,
Objection misstates his testimony. He asserted a variety of reasons why he believes there are impacts.
Then Dr. Bray can correct that in his answer. Please proceed.
Can you restate the question, please?
Sure, and for convenience, I'm looking at Exhibit 152, page 2, lines 17 to 20. And I'll repeat the question for you.
Thank you.
Is the sole basis for your claim of injury based on your opinion that the WaterFix is likely to increase the frequency and duration of reverse flow events in the Sacramento River that exceed threshold criteria?
Can you provide, let me see. Can you provide the line reference again? I'm sorry, I missed.
17 to 20.
Yes.
Thank you. And is it, if you know, is the distance between the Sacramento Regional Sanitation District outfall and the Freeport intake about 1.3 miles?
The distance where? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Between the wastewater treatment plant outfall and the Freeport intake?
Roughly 1.3 miles. Yes, I believe
That sounds about right.
Yeah, sounds about right.
In your opinion, is looking solely at changes in Sacramento River flow an appropriate way to assess the potential for creation of reverse flows in the Sacramento River upstream of Freeport? For reference, I might refer
Upstream
to
of
I
Freeport,
Street.
sir?
Yes, upstream of Freeport.
Well, no, sir. My analysis was based on an analysis of the Sacramento River flows below the Freeport intake.
My question's a little different for you than your analysis, more generic question. Let me repeat it. In your opinion, is looking solely at changes in Sacramento River flow an appropriate way to assess the potential for creation of reverse flows in the Sacramento River upstream of Freeport?
No.
In your opinion, is looking solely at changes in delta outflow an appropriate way to assess the potential for creation of reverse flows in the Sacramento River upstream of Freeport?
I don't think I understand your question. Can you repeat it?
Sure. Is looking solely at changes in delta outflow an appropriate way to assess the potential for creation of reverse flow in the Sacramento River upstream of Freeport?
I believe that looking at changes in outflow or changes in flow can inform that risk.
And my question to you is, if you look solely at either of these two factors, would that be an appropriate way to assess the potential for creation of reverse flow?
No, not solely.
Thank you. And would you expect the probability of reverse flow to decrease as you move upstream from Freeport to the Sacramento River at the I Street Bridge?
I believe that would depend on many factors, but the strength of the tide, the tidal effect, the amplitude, if you will, should decrease in an upstream direction, yes.
So in other words, the further you move upstream from the delta, the less impact of reverse flow until at some point you don't have reverse flow events anymore. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So in your testimony, as I understand it, the first analysis, you identified a number of times that significant reverse flow events would have occurred historically from 1987 through January of 2016, correct?
Correct.
And do I understand correctly that over those 29 years, you show that there would have been 39 of these significant reverse flow events, assuming no mitigation through operations during that period?
I'm not sure of the exact number.
take a look at Exhibit 152, Figure 4, see if that's of help. It's on page 6.
I think there's actually a appendix with a separate set of page numbers, unfortunately. It's
sorry.
page 31, if you look at the top left corner numbers.
I apologize. The reference, all the figures are put at the end.
Were you referring to figure 4, sir?
Yes.
And repeat the question to make sure I have the number.
That there would have been 39 of these significant reverse flow events.
Objection, the chart speaks for itself. Are you asking him to add the columns?
I can do that.
Yeah, just asking for if you agree that there's 39 events. I get 39.
Is there a significance to having that number affirm?
The number of events over a period of time are quite significant.
Okay.
Yes, sir, I get 39.
Great. So on average, this works out to about 1.3 significant reverse flow events a year, right? Over the 29-year period.
Yes, if you want to include wet years with high flows that don't have reverse flow events.
Understood.
Correct.
In part of your analysis, do I understand correctly that you adjusted the velocity through a bias correction?
Yes, sir.
And is that table 3? Be a few pages beyond this.
Do you have a page number, Mr. Berliner?
20 of 24.
And that's
That doesn't-
PDF
no, that's not
45.
right. I don't have a page number.
I believe it's PDF 45, to which you refer to.
Yes, that's the one.
Yes, this is the result after applying the bias correction. Yes, sir.
Now, I have to ask you to help me with this table a little bit.
Sure.
As I look at the no action alternative during these drought periods, do I understand correctly, under the no action alternative for 76, 77, there were, under the bias corrected method, there were 165 events?
Yes, sir. And keep in mind, the petitioner's modeling has sea level rise included. So this would not be reflective of a historical 1976 through 1977 period.
Yes, we are talking with sea level rise, the no action alternative that is the proposed project, correct?
Correct. This is the result after applying the bias correction. Yes.
And just, I note that you identified as alternatives H3, H4, boundary 1, boundary 2, but you did not identify H3 plus, correct?
Well, H3 plus was not a part of the modeling submitted, the modeling package submitted for the WaterFix hearing. So no, H3 plus is not included in this table.
And you weren't aware of at the time that you did this work, you weren't aware of the testimony that was offered in this proceeding regarding H3 plus, is that right?
At the time I prepared this table, I'm not sure I understand your question.
When did you prepare this table, do you know?
I don't recall the exact date. It was before the testimony was due September 1st.
Sometime in August then, maybe.
Sometime between when I received the modeling results from petitioners in June to August. Yes, sometime in that period.
So 165 events in the 76-77 drought, 377 events in the 87 to 92 drought, but you added a note that the drought only is measured through September of 91, correct? Not through into 92. So the 377 presumably would have been a bigger number had it extended further, is that right?
Exactly. What we see even looking at the 76-77 drought is there's a higher proportion of significant reverse flow events as that drought continues, because flows become lower and lower as the critically dry year after critically dry, critically dry follows a critically dry year in the case of 76-77. So I would expect there to be more significant reverse flow events in 1992 had that been included in the petitioner's modeling.
Are you basing that on your comparison to 1977?
No, I'm basing that on my analysis of how I see the frequency of significant reverse flow events increasing. For example, there's a greater proportion in 1977 than 1976. Similarly, when we look over the 87 through 91 period, there's a greater proportion in the latter months of that drought period that was included in the petitioner's modeling. Hence, I would expect that trend to continue in 1992, another critically dry year.
And if I understand correctly, you're showing that under the no action alternative for the 87 to 92 drought, that there were more events under the no action alternative than there were under the project alternatives, correct?
You're referring to the last line, the total.
No, I'm referring to the 87 to 92 line, the 377 versus...
Correct, yes.
And the same would be true then if I look at the totals on the bottom for the 1975 to 91 period, that under the no action alternative, there were 596 events, and under H3, which is the next highest number, there were 572 events.
Yes, and I believe the reason for this is, actually, could you repeat the question, because I had the thought and then I lost it. So
sorry, I was just really kind of doing simple number comparison, that there are more no action alternative events in the total of 76 to 91 and in the 87 to 92.
Right.
And I want to acknowledge that in the 76, 77, that under H3, H4, and boundary 2, there were more events than the no action alternative.
yeah, and actually I remembered what I wanted to say. Thank you. When you look at the spread of the monthly average breakdown of the significant reverse flow events, you saw large decreases in some of those scenarios, like in January and in some of the spring months, and in the case where I showed August, we saw decreases in all the scenarios. The result of that, again, there's two things that are driving that. One is there's shifting in diversion patterns, so higher flows earlier in the year led to significant decreases in reverse flow events. And then, again, as I showed in my example for water year 77, we saw decreases in flow and then increases in significant reverse flow events later. The other thing that I've learned through reviewing the MVK analysis is that petitioners' modeling did not move stored water and therefore results in significant spills in early winter months, and that would explain why there's significant decreases in, say, a month like January, where I showed a large decrease. So yeah, we saw a large decrease in some months.
And looking at So the number of events that you have identified on Table 3 as compared to the actual historic data is quite substantially different. If I have my numbers right, you went from 39 events based on historic to 596 events under your bias-corrected approach, correct?
Yes, sir. And again, I noticed that when I did the analysis, and then I again realized with the climate change effects in particular, I mean, not climate change, excuse me, sea level rise effects, that partially explains why there's such a significant increase. The other point being with the bypass flow requirements, there's a significant increase in the frequency of low flows downstream of the North Delta diversion intakes in some months when flows are at that low bypass flow minimum of 5,000 CFS. And again, if you look at the, maybe we can ask to bring it up. Figure 5 on page 32. Over this historical period, we don't see very many flows down near that neighborhood of 5,000 CFS. So for example, in October, in the petitioner's modeling for the biological assessment, we see in October in particular, the flows less than roughly 9,000 CFS occur 20% of the time, and that increases to 80% of the time under the BA modeling the petitioners performed. And again, there's, anyway, I'll leave it there.
And did you do any analysis of a without project effect as to what reverse flows you might get later in the year?
Well, is the no action alternative representing the no project? Yes. I mean, that was included in the analysis as you just saw.
My apology. I used no project in a different context.
I'm sorry.
Referring to no project as opposed to the no action alternative, no project meaning without the release of stored flows from the CBP and SWP upstream facilities. Did you do any analysis to compare what the reverse flow scenarios would be absent the existence of the projects providing stream flow?
I don't believe petitioners submitted that scenario as part of the modeling package that was provided. Well, it was noticed in May, and we obtained it in June. There was only a no action alternative, H3, H4, boundary 1 and boundary 2. That's the analysis presented here.
And did you do any analysis as far as when reverse flow effects might occur during a term 91 period?
I'm not sure I have the expertise to know when a term 91 period would be, sir.
Are you familiar with term 91?
I am not.
Okay. So then presumably you didn't do any modeling to determine when term 91 might be in effect and when reverse flows might occur, is that right?
That's correct.
Did you take a look at the number of significant reverse flow events in the 2014 to 2016 time period?
Are you referring to historical gauge data, Mr. Berliner?
I'm referring to actual, what you've characterized as significant reverse flow events during that time period.
You did not answer my question. I asked you, are you referring to gauge data or are you referring to petitioner's modeling data?
No, I'm referring to what you would define as a significant reverse flow event.
I don't understand the question either. Can you repeat it, please?
Okay. Are you familiar with the protest that was filed by East Bay Mud? Have you seen that document?
It has been some time since I have seen that document. I have read it.
In the protest, and this might refresh your memory, it said, since East Bay Mud began diverting water from the Freeport project in April 2014, about 4 shutdowns have occurred due to reverse flow events. Each shutdown lasts about 3 hours on average. Does that sound familiar?
I would have to refer that to Ms. White.
Ms. White, does that sound familiar? Well, let's deal with the question that I have at hand.
I checked, and I got you the dates that you
Ms. White, please make sure your microphone is on.
I wasn't expecting do I have to answer again? I have a loud voice.
Let's just make sure the court reporter got that without a problem. The court reporter has it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that information.
Certainly.
So in response to my question to Dr. Bray, does it sound right that about 4 shutdowns have occurred due to reverse flow events since April of 2014, or am I low on that number?
You're low. There was 5 in 2014 and 3 in 2015 during our operating period. I'm only commenting on our operating period.
And were those shutdowns about 3 hours in duration on average? Do you recall?
I think they were about 3 hours in duration.
I believe she testified earlier on that question, an answer to that question. Some were more and some were less.
Thank you. And do I also, Dr. Bray, returning to you, do I understand correctly that in another analysis you apply what you've called a monthly flow criteria using 3 logic statements, which essentially triggers a significant reverse flow event when there's average monthly flow less than or equal to 8,000 CFS?
And I'm glad figure 5 is still up. Yes, that's correct. And you can see why I selected 8,000 CFS. I was, we only have one data point between 10 and 8, and so to be fair, I selected 8 as kind of an indicator where the potential, and again, as the slide says, there's an increased risk. However, whether or not the strength and the number of those events depends on the annual tidal cycle, and it could also depend on other factors such as delta operations, for example, the Delta Cross Channel, lower down near Walnut Grove, I believe, on the Sacramento River. So,
and how do you explain the reverse flow event that occurred when flows were over 12,000 CFS?
Oh, thank you for that question. I did look into that. What I found there was that was a year in which December, the first week of December, I do not recall the year in the period, but the first week of December was a continuation of very low flows. That triggered one reverse flow event, and then the onset of a storm event caused a large increase in discharge. So that skewed the monthly average above 12,000 CFS, or to a value above 12,000 CFS. That's how I'd explain that case.
So if I understand right, the flow at the time of the event was well below 12,000, but the monthly average was above 12,000 because of a storm event. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
And what about for the reverse flow event that occurs at looks like about 9,000 CFS plus?
I don't recall the details of that particular event. I did look into the one that was above 12 because that one stood out to me. And I don't recall what I found for that one that was near 9,000.
And I see that you don't essentially show any reverse flow events except for one that's at slightly below 6,000. So I'm curious how often flow below, does that, would I guess about 5,700 CFS for that dot up there on the top?
Right. So exactly, monthly average flow as recorded at the Freeport gauge over this period typically does not get this low. And so these are, I believe, very low these occur, if you were to look at a flow duration exceedance curve, these would be on the very low end of that exceedance curve. So they occur only during low flow periods. And again, yeah, typically if there were monthly average flows lower than that, they would have essentially triggered reverse flow events and shown up on this chart.
So
I should also note for the record that there are periods of missing data in that data set. Obviously, this is the Department of Water Resources, California Data Exchange Center. The Freeport gauge is code FPT. It's publicly available.
So does figure 5 tell us anything about the probability of a reverse flow event?
Again, as I mentioned, there are multiple factors that come into play in that, and you would, if you were doing a probabilistic analysis, you would want to control for those factors. What I use it for is to try to understand, again, to help me interpret CalSim 2 modeling results, what the risk, what the potential for increases in events are.
So is the answer that no, figure 5 doesn't tell us anything about the probability of a significant reverse flow event?
It tells us about the portion of the probability. The point I'm making is it may not inform the whole story. There may be other factors that are contributing. For example, near the top of the chart, when there's 6 events, there's a near vertical line, and you see an increase of a 7th event, yet the flow is higher. Sure, you can see that point in the upper 2 points, and again, that could be due to other factors going on in the system. However, I believe the dominant factor is, in fact, the flow pushing against the tide, the monthly average flow on the Sacramento River.
So clearly there are times then when the river flow is below 8,000 CFS and we're not getting reverse flow events, right?
It's possible.
Well, in fact, isn't it actually quite often that when the flow is below 8,000, we wouldn't be getting a reverse flow event?
I don't know if I would say it's quite often because again, if you did a flow frequency duration curve, the 8,000 point flows that are below 8,000 CFS are relatively rare. We're talking about typically critically dry years during droughts. Don't have a lot of critically dry years that occur in this period.
So is
I'm sorry, Mr. Belinda, before you continue, we've gone through in an hour. How much additional time do you expect you need?
I'm about halfway through, maybe slightly more than that.
So you'll need about another 30 minutes?
I would say so. Did you want to take a break?
Ms. Morris, do you two still anticipating needing 30 minutes? Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and dismiss Group 9 because we will not get to you today. And with that, we will take a short break and we will resume at 10 o'clock. I'm sorry, 10 o'clock. Do I wish? 4 o'clock.
Thank you. That's in 5 minutes, just to confirm?
Yes, just short break. I want to stretch. And we will wrap up at 5. And we will start at 9 tomorrow. everyone could please take your seats. We will resume. Mr. Berliner, please continue.
Thank you. Dr. Bray. Is your opinion about the monthly average of flow significance at about 8,000 CFS based on your observation of the data on Figure 5?
Yes.
And just to confirm, you didn't conduct a probability analysis for this methodology, did you?
No, sir. I did not do a statistical correlation or probability analysis per se. However, the purpose again of using this was to inform that monthly flow criteria again to be able to use the CalSim results.
Keep your voice up a little for the court reporter.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
So you don't know the likelihood of having a significant reverse flow event if the Sacramento River were to drop below 8,000 CFS, right?
I think it is more probable than if the Sacramento River monthly average flow was higher.
But you don't know what the probability would be, correct?
Correct. I haven't done a full analysis to control for all the factors and to do an analysis of variance to determine the relative effect of each factor.
And when you did your bias correction analysis, did you make any attempt to correct for sea level rise impacts?
I did not.
Could I have just a second? I have a bad page reference here. If we could go to page 43, please, to table 1. Thank you. In the title of the table, you indicate that this data represents the number of months in which evaluation criteria are met. What does the evaluation criteria refer to?
The monthly flow criteria.
And what is the monthly flow criteria?
Mr. Baker, can we have page 8? Here is the monthly flow criteria. The monthly average flow below the Freeport intake for the project alternative is less than the no action alternative. The monthly average flow for the project alternative is less than the threshold value of 8,000 CFS. The relative change in monthly average flow between the project alternative and the no action alternative is greater than a tolerance of 20 CFS. And to piggyback on your previous question about sea level rise, if all things being equal, sea level rise occurs, that threshold of 8,000 should likely be increased. So having a threshold of 8,000 is somewhat, quote, conservative, if I can use it in this context.
Okay, so if we could go back to the table.
Okay.
So does this analysis, is this analysis based on using calcium?
This analysis is based on calcium 2 modeling results by the petitioners.
So looking at the H3 scenario, you identified 34 months within the 82-year period that the Sacramento River flow was less than 8,000 CFS and was also lower than the Sacramento River flow under the no action alternative by at least 20 CFS, correct?
Correct.
And did you look at the number of months where the opposite condition existed?
I believe...
Objection, ambiguous. I don't understand what you mean by
Witness
opposite.
was apparently understood, so.
Dr. Bright, are you able to answer?
Again, the criteria includes 3 logical statements. So by opposite, I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean all 3 statements would be logically false? So therefore, that the project alternative is greater than the no action, that the resulting project flow is greater than 8,000, and that the resultant change is greater than 20.
Correct.
I did not perform such an analysis.
And was your analysis of the other alternatives, the H4, boundary 1 and boundary 2, the same process in which you did your analysis for H3?
Yes, sir. It's based on the same criteria.
So is there anything in your calcium analysis that shows a potential for an overall increase in the frequency of significant reverse flow events under the WaterFix operational scenarios?
When you say WaterFix operational scenarios, to which calcium modeling studies are you referring? Are you referring to H3, H4, boundary 1, and boundary 2?
Correct.
So please repeat the question because I didn't understand.
As I understand it, there's nothing in your calcium analysis that shows a potential for an overall increase in the frequency of significant flow events, significant reverse flow events, under the California WaterFix operational scenarios, correct?
I thought I made a clear point that calcium 2 is inadequate to directly assess reverse flow events. All we can do is try to understand how the project could affect the risk of that occurring. So that's what this table is representing. Again, with monthly average flows, we do not have, number 1, velocity on a sub-daily time step, and therefore we cannot directly apply the operational criteria to assess more precisely the number of shutdown events. All we can do is assess that in this set of months, it's likely there would be an increase. That said, Potentially some of these months flagged. For example, the 34 months under H3, the point I'm trying to make here is I'm not saying there would be an increase in all 34 of these months. The point I'm making is there's an increased risk. Again, in the future, the actual sea level rise will be uncertain, and the other conditions, as you know, and as you well know, the Delta operations, the real-time operations, is much more granular than monthly time step. And so this is this is the only type of analysis we can do with CalSim 2 on this topic because of the limitations of that model.
So this is sort of a gross look at it rather than a more absolute look at it. Is that right?
I'm not sure I would use those words, but yes, this is an indirect way of assessing it. It's the only way you can do it with CalSim 2.
Okay, and if we could back up to figure 7, should be about page 34. Good if we could flip that.
I believe this is the same chart. Oh, thank you, Mr. Baker. Same chart I believe I use in the PowerPoint.
So is a reverse flow event on this graph when the lines go below 0?
Yes, that's when the velocity is negative at that gauge, indicating its direction of the flow is upstream.
So there's a blue line, a red dotted line, and the green line, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the green line represents your bias correction velocity, right?
Correct. And essentially, you take the DSM-2 raw output and add that parameter that I obtained, as I described earlier, which essentially offsets that velocity. Now, again, you can see there's a degradation in the prediction of the peak velocities. But again, what we're interested in for reverse flow events, and the purpose is to improve the accuracy of the estimate of assessing reverse flow events.
Okay, and you took this 8-day period in February of 91, right?
As an example, yes.
And was there a particular reason you took these 8 days?
Frankly, no. It was an arbitrary choice. As I mentioned, there were several months where I applied this or assessed what the bias correction should be. There's no particular reason why I chose this period over any of the other months.
And if I read the chart correctly, there are 9 reverse flow events during the period of February 9th to 17th, correct?
Under which data set the bias corrected?
9 events total. So including your green line as well as there are other reverse flow events as well.
Well,
where your green line, I guess, overlaps.
The Freeport gauge data set is on an hourly time step. And because of that, there can be truncations. And it appears to me that on the 10th, that minimum is truncated. So I'm not sure whether in reality that it actually crossed the 0 line or not. The hourly measurements essentially are showing a flat line there. But in terms of the green, I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 events. Again, we also see a truncated data set there on the 16th where it's kind of flat right at the 0. The other point, as I made earlier, is the high lows tend to be over-predicted, and very clear. However, it's those low lows that are strong enough to meet the operational criteria that shut down the facility. And those are the ones I'm trying to match by doing this offset.
And of the events where your green line extends below the blue line and the red line, those 4 events are based on your bias corrected data, right?
Yes.
So those 4 events didn't actually happen, right? Those are events that you've identified based on your bias correction.
So the bias corrected is applied to the DSM-2 output, and then there's an application of the operational criteria to discern whether it's significant or not significant. And the tables to which I've presented are, only those that are significant. So for example, how about the first event on the 14th? It's clearly the gauge data does not go negative, and then we see the green line dip slightly below the 0 line. However, applying the operational criteria, that would not be a significant reverse flow event. It is a reverse flow after the bias correction that did not, that high-low tide did not actually reverse. According to the gauge.
For the reverse flow events that you showed here, what the duration of the reverse flow would be?
From this chart, it's difficult to tell. I cannot tell from this chart. We could get that from the DSM-2 output. However, again, because of the documented issues with the replicating the tidal amplitude at this station in terms of discharge.
So the answer is no.
No, sorry.
Move on, please, Mr. Berliner.
Thank you. If we could turn to figure 8. Yeah. The next page. And again, this table is generated with bias-corrected data, right?
This figure represents bias-corrected data, yes.
And is the same true for figure 9? See if we can get that one in front of us for reference.
Yes.
And if we could go to figure 14. Is this one as well?
Yes.
And if we could scroll down to table 2, please. Thank you. And on this table, if I read it correctly, there are more significant reverse flow events under the no action alternative than there are under the action alternatives, correct?
Well, no. In 1976 to 1977, I see 31 events under the no action, and this is prior to bias correction. I want to make sure the record's clear. In the H4 scenario, I see an increase. 33 is greater than 31, sir.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to get to that one.
Okay.
Yes, I agree. We're in agreement. So the only instance in which there was a higher number of significant flow events as compared to the no action alternative was under the 76-77 drought for H4, correct?
Without bias correction, correct, yes.
Yes. And if we could go down to table 3. Now in table 3, the numbers jump up significantly, and this is showing, again, significant reverse flow events based on the bias-corrected data, correct?
Yes.
But again, if we look at the bottom row with the totals, we see that the no action alternative is higher than the totals for H3, H4, and we acknowledge the different result under 76, 77, correct?
Correct, with the understanding, again, the full 87 to 1992 drought was not simulated, and so I think it paints an incomplete picture. But yes, I agree. The final line, no action alternative, is the highest number.
If we could drop down to table 4, please. And just to confirm, this table was prepared using the bias-corrected data, correct?
Yes.
And did you look at the number of months when the WaterFix resulted in fewer significant reverse flow events?
I believe at one point I may have had that as part of the analysis. However, this table is the set of all months in which there was an increase. So yeah, there are months in which there would be decreases. And you can see in some of the scenarios, the green font is indicating that is a decrease in reverse flow events. And you can see also how the corresponding monthly average flow correlates with that. I don't think I need to point out specific examples there.
And if you could drop down, Mr. Baker, to table 5. Was this table prepared by MBK?
No, sir. This table was prepared by me.
And what is the data? I'm sorry, you showed a table that was prepared by MBK. Do you recall which one it was?
That is actually the following table, which is table 6. However, I know it's confusing and I apologize. It's table 4 from our comment letter. It's on the next page. That modeling, this table was prepared by me, but is reflecting modeling performed by MBK in terms of the calcium 2 modeling. And this was circa 2014.
Now, did MBK use bias-corrected data?
MBK performed calcium 2 simulations. Bias correction does not apply to calcium 2, sir.
And yet, this is the table that you used in your comments, correct?
Correct, yeah.
And so you felt that this was a fair representation at the time your comments were submitted?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to fair representation of what?
A fair representation of the reverse flow events, basically I'm repeating the title of the table, a fair description of the reverse flow events that occurred extending upstream from the Sacramento wastewater treatment plant.
So these results represent the results I would have got without bias correction. And so if I had applied bias correction to the DSM-2 modeling for this, I would have had increases in all numbers shown in the table.
But this is based on MBK's analysis, correct?
Partially. The foundational modeling was performed by MBK using calcium 2. As you well know, that then is used with processing routines to develop the boundary conditions and then run DSM-2. And these are the DSM-2 results without applying bias correction at that time and under those assumptions.
I don't have any other questions for this witness. I have no further questions for the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Berliner. Ms. Morris, are your questions just for Mr. Bray or for Mr. Williams and Ms. White as well?
I have a few questions for Ms. White, and most of my questions are for Dr. Bray.
What about you, Ms. Aykroyd? I'm trying to determine whether we can dismiss Ms. White and Mr. Williams from returning tomorrow.
I'm not sure whether I'm going to be having any questions at this point, but if I do, they would be for Ms. White.
I think we'll take you first then, Ms. Aykroyd. Do you anticipate having redirect for Ms. White and Mr. Williams?
I can't speak to Mr. Williams, but not at this time as for the East Bay Mud witnesses.
No, thank you.
Well, we'll see how the cross-examination goes, but if I can, I'll try to dismiss you today. Dr. Bray, you will be returning tomorrow, I expect.
Thank you, Rebecca Aykroyd for San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority. We could please pull up East Bay Mud Exhibit 151. And page 12. Scroll down a little bit. Thank you. I'll leave that up for reference. Good afternoon, Ms. White.
Good afternoon.
In your testimony today, you've discussed impacts from potential reverse flow events to the operation of the Freeport Diversion Facility, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that not every reverse flow event leads to a full or partial shutdown at Freeport that actually leads to a reduction in the amount of annual water diverted by East Bay Mud from that facility?
I'd like to clarify that every reverse flow that hits the trigger causes a complete shutdown of the Freeport intake, but not necessarily the pumping plants downstream.
Thank you. And with that correction, would you agree that not every reverse flow event that leads to a shutdown, with the caveat that you added, results in a reduction in the amount of annual water diverted by East Bay Mud from the Freeport facility?
It could result. It definitely could result. In the years where we're taking a smaller volume, there's time to make up. But in years like 2015, when we had to have the water delivered by December 31st, had we had many other incidences, we would not have been able to. So it would have impacted us. And this is when we weren't even, we could have been taking a lot more water. And so we don't know what the future holds as far as droughts.
Thank you. Let's see. We can scroll down slightly on this page. Keep going, please. Thank you. In keeping, I think, with what you were just speaking to, your testimony here at lines 18 to 23, within that paragraph, states that with less downtime in the future, opportunities to deliver water that was stopped due to reverse flow events will become scarce. Your testimony here doesn't provide any analysis in support of reduced flexibility, does it?
It's describing it. I could go into a lot more detail if you want. I can explain how we want to take it 90 MGD, and each time, even when we do the partial shutdowns, it reduces our ability to deliver water to the East Bay. So even though we're continuing the operations, it does decrease the volume that we're taking out of the Freeport intake. So even in those partial shutdowns, where I may be able to continue to decrease the flow out of the Folsom South Canal, I have shut off the 90 million gallons per day that I would be taking out of the Freeport intake for that duration.
That's fine, thank you. I think I'm trying to get at a more narrow point slightly, which with your testimony that you've provided, your written testimony, there isn't any quantitative data or analysis that in support of the statement that there will be fewer opportunities to deliver water after stoppages due to reverse flow events.
Correct. We're saying we're not at the full capacity yet.
Thank you. No further questions.
No question on stress test? Thank you, Ms. Ackroyd.
I was ready for it.
Ms. Morris, if I could ask you to direct your questions first, any questions you may have to Ms. White and Mr. Williams.
Stephanie Morris for the State Water Contractors. Good afternoon. I don't have any questions, so I'll just start with Ms. White, and then they can be out of jail free for the rest of this hearing. Ms. White, you indicated in 2015 operations you were only able to divert on average 72 MGD and not the 90 MGD that you preferred, correct?
That's correct.
And you also indicated that that was for a variety of reasons, correct?
That's correct.
What reasons other than reverse flow events caused the reduction in the average diversion rate?
All I can recall is the reverse flow events and the associated impacts from the reverse flow events that we had to shut down the downstream pumps.
Okay.
And then the restart time. So instead of averaging 90 over the time, as I explained, if we're delivering water to USL reservoir and that Moraga pump needs a 48-hour advance notice to PG&E, you don't lose out on just the 3 hours. You lose out on...
I got that.
Okay.
It's very clear in your testimony. Thank you.
Good.
But you did say a variety of reasons, so now it's clear to me that a variety of reasons all have to do with the reverse flow events, correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. And I just want to confirm that the number of diversions at Freeport, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, I wanted to go back to a question Mr. Berliner asked you about your diversions at Freeport, and you gave him some numbers for 2014 and 2015. And my question to you is the numbers that you provided for the diversions at Freeport, were those amounts only East Bay MUD's diversions under their dry year contract with the Bureau?
So let me clarify. No, in the when I cited the numbers, that was the total volume of water diverted from the Sacramento at Freeport to the East Bay by East Bay MUD. In both years, that included our some CVP water and transfer water.
And do you know what amount was transfer water?
Yes, in 2014, it was approximately, if I recall, about 4,000 acre-feet of transfer water from Placer County, and the remaining 18,000 was our CVP water. And then in 2015, because of our cutbacks, 33,250 was CVP, and the remainder of the water was transfer water.
That sounds more accurate with what I was thinking. Thank you very much.
Certainly.
I have no further questions for you.
Thank you.
Hold on. Okay. Any redirect for Ms. White or Mr. Williams?
No, not from me.
No.
Okay, so the two of you are officially dismissed. You don't have to leave right now, but you are dismissed. All right, Ms. Morris.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Bray. I'd like to ask you some questions about the analysis that you did involving the calcium, and I specifically want to follow up with some questions that Mr. Berliner asked you regarding Figure 5 in your testimony. Mr. Berliner asked you if it was possible to have monthly average flow of 8,000 CFS or less at Freeport and not have any reverse flow events. Do you recall that question?
I do.
Isn't it true that Ms. White testified that the only reverse flow events that occurred in 2014 occurred in May?
If that was her testimony, I don't recall it, but...
She's here. She can correct it if it's wrong.
I was commenting on you're correct, it was May, but I want to be clear, I was only commenting on the period of our operations, which was from April 2nd through July 17 of 2014. So during our operating period that we operated, we had reverse flows only in the month of May.
Let me ask you another question then. In 2015, what was the period that you operated?
We operated from April 15th through December 21st, 2015.
Okay, great. So let's talk about 2015 then. So let's Ms. White also testified in 2015 that there were significant reverse flow events in the period that that East Bay Med was operating from April through December. And during that period, there were only reverse flow events in April, November, and December. Do you recall that testimony?
Who is that addressed
You,
to?
that's to you.
Yeah.
Okay. So yet if I look at the average monthly flows from CDEC in the time period from April through December of 2015, I find that May, June, July, August, and October all had monthly averages of less than 8,000 CFS at Freeport. So my question then is, isn't it true that you can have less than 8,000 CFS flow at Freeport and not have any increase in or have any significant reverse flow events?
Objection. It sounds as if Ms. Morris is citing to or relying on evidence that may or may not be in the record in
Okay,
this proceeding.
I'll ask it as a hypothetical. I went on to CDEC. If I hypothetically went on to CDEC, which I did, and looked at the average monthly flows at Freeport and found that there were several months, specifically May, June, July, August, and October, that had less than 8,000 CFS monthly flow at Freeport, isn't it true, in my hypothetical, that there were no reverse flow events that occurred during that time frame?
Objection. Vague as to reverse flow events.
I'm sorry, I'll use your terminology. We can do this the hard way. Significant reverse flow event, correct? That's what you use in your testimony.
Correct. That's a term to try to discern a reverse flow
Yep,
event.
I know. There's some that shut the plant down and there's some that don't. And a significant
okay,
reverse
hold on.
flow shuts the plant down, correct?
Ms. Morris, hold on. Dr. Bray, is it possible that flows less than 8,000 at Freeport would not result in reverse flow events?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have for you. Thanks.
Oh.
Were there any other cross-examination of Dr. Bray? Is there any redirect of Dr. Bray?
No.
In that case, Dr. Bray, you are also dismissed. This panel is completed. Thank you very much. We are adjourning today. I will ask Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Salmon that you wait until the completion of Group 7 and Group 15's case in chief before submitting all of your exhibits into the record. Okay? With that then, we are done for the day, and I will see everyone at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Everyone except Ms. White, Mr. Williams, and Dr. Bray.